Test, test, test. All right, there we go. Sorry about that, guys. We should begin Discord as well now. All right, perfect. Good morning, everybody. So we've got just about 13 minutes till the market open, and we're going to get through it by first looking at the indexes and then the gaps. When the market gaps, we call it gap dissemination because what happens is there's new information hitting the market, and every single trader, investor, anyone who's participating in the market is affected instantaneously at the same time with that information. So we have to disseminate that information. We have to see, where is it bullish that this information is coming out? Where is it bearish that this information is coming out? And as far as, why the market's gapping this morning, it's mostly or seemingly due to some oh, it's a bubble, stuff going on, and seemingly unfruitful conversations in China, because recently we had, all of the very rich and powerful people from America go to China, and I guess they're not seeing what they wanted to see out of that. So that being said, by analyzing this, what do we see? It's anybody who's long yesterday, it gaps against them. So at the open, what would they do? They would probably get out, or they'd probably buy more, depending on what they're thinking. So we'll know what they're doing based on that daily open, which wherever that level ends up being, that opening price, let's just say it's 740. If we're below that, what that'll show us is that people are selling the news. And we have everyone trapped yesterday selling at the open, and we have some targets to take out. We'd be looking to take out 735 and 731 ideally, maybe a little further. The other thing we can look at is that weekly open. So you can see anyone that bought this week, at this point, it's still green. So there's still some weekly buyers that are not in a losing position at this point. So if they were to make this look a lot worse, we'd be below that. So SPY at this point is holding that a little better. If we go to the Qs, you're going to see Qs is actually below its weekly open. So this would be relatively weak because anyone that's been buying this week in Qs, you're going to see from the Monday open, anyone that's buying up in here, they're opening at a losing position. So in the Qs, those guys might have some issues this morning. And we do have those nearby targets as well to target on Qs, 704 and 696. If you go to Dow Jones, it was gap up sell yesterday. And that is going to be a 3122 rev strat. And when you look at this, we gauge magnitude using those broadening formations. So if we see them selling off today, the magnitude of that is to try and take out these nearby pivots, but also, this whole broadening formation where you can see price went up, then down, then up. And then they had a smaller broadening formation, up, down, up. So if we can we would complete this one here, and we'd also complete potentially that bigger one way down in here. So if the news is bad and we start seeing people want to sell this, that would be a little weaker. IWM is going to be similar, where you're going to see we have some smaller broadening formations here, but they're coming back into the previous range of this. So if the news is bad, we have some more targets to go after back through this whole range to complete, a bigger broadening formation here. And when we look at those weekly time frames, look at IWM. Anyone that bought last week in IWM, if this were to take out last week's lows, those guys have to start selling, and that would be no good for them. If we go to Dow Jones, you can see anyone that bought this week in Dow Jones, it's almost red on the week. So again, if those weekly opens change, then those weekly guys go into some problems. So this is what we're going to monitor after we open up. Do those weekly opens stay red or flip back to red? And what are those daily opens looking like? Are they buying the dip above the daily opens, or are they selling on the gap down with kicking patterns on SPY and Qs? And the kicking pattern pretty much just tells us if we're below the daily open on SPY, we could get a nice big red day in here. So that's definitely possible, but it's got to be red on the day. If it's green, we're not getting a red day. That being said, if we do take a look at some examples of names that are gapping, NVIDIA is an example, and this would be like a picture perfect kicking pattern where you can see they're buying, 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 buying. Everyone's buying. And then right here, we gap below. Anyone that bought in here, they're going to be at a losing position. Now, at this point, NVIDIA is still one of the stronger names. So if they forgive the market for whatever this news is, gap down buy in NVIDIA, it would still be stronger because notice this. It's nowhere near going red on the week. But that's still an option, something we could be looking at with the indexes this morning. And what I want to show you is we're going to open up the scanner and we're going to hit the gap scans. So you can see this morning, 150 gappers. So almost everything, right? Opening a little bit weaker this morning. So let's go and take a look. So near the bottom of the list, we have stuff like AEHR, which you're going to see is going to be opening down 10%. And similarly to stuff like Dow Jones and IBM, you got a big broadening formation in here. Another interesting thing is you can see, if we zoom out of this thing, everyone's been buying this name, right? From 20 bucks, now 100 bucks up at the highs. So when we start coming back through this range, there's a chance if that seller does kick in across the market today, we have all these pivot targets to take out from, where we're opening here all the way down 22% because you have this broadening formation in here on the week. They go down, then they go up, and then they potentially below that weekly open go down. So that's an option as well. And you can see it's weaker than NVIDIA since it's actually going to be below its week open. It's like Poet Technologies, not quite taking out yesterday's lows. Tech Resources. We've got about 6 minutes. Tech Resources, look at this. So it's going to be opening red on the week and way back into this outside week here on the left. So that'd give us, it's not the biggest mover in the world, but that'd give us about 8% more if we're going to give us that outside week to the downside. And that tells us we can take a look at other resource companies and see. CRML is not really down much, so resources, that's pretty firm. HYMC Mining, a little bit worse off. What about USAR? So we can see, while the whole market's gapping down, USAR and CRML not gapping down. So a little bit firmer on some of those natural resources. Specifically, it's those, what is I always forget the word, rare earth metals. There we go. Now, if we do go and take a little bit of a look at who isn't going down this morning, Pizza, Papa John's International. And it looks like their earnings were pretty bad recently, but they are gapping up. Private deal led by top U.S. franchise. Ooh, interesting. All right. What about Glob, G-L-O-B? Gapping up slightly. It looks like they had some earnings, and they're okay. And then we got VIX, the UVXY ETF gapping up. DXCM, very slightly. Yeah, there's almost nothing gapping up. CAPR, nope. Yeah, so wow, it's like, how are we going to get the market to keep to get going back up if everything's gapped down this morning? That's going to be pretty tricky. So what that tells me is there's not much leadership. It's going to be a little bit more tricky to get this thing to actually reverse completely this morning if we were going to see a gap down buy like a lot of people would want. So that is notable. You're going to have to give me a minute, but to give a quick list, SPY, QQQ, ticking down, or bearish. Energy's gapping up. I did not see that on my scan. Let me see it. XLE, XOP, OIH. All right, that's notable. So we'll throw that on there. We call it gap dissemination because we're going to have to disseminate it all morning, right? We're going to have the first 2 hours of the day, the first 30 minutes of the day, and those will help us confirm or negate what's going on here. So XLE, energies, gapping up. So it might be the only energies, holding firm, and we'll see as we get closer to the open. We got about 2 minutes, and I'll be right back. All right. So here they are opening up. AEHR goes 2-2-day pivot machine gun down to start the morning. Right back through the previous range. Big problems. SPY kicking pattern down to start the morning for a short. And it's got to be below the daily open, but if it is, that's a short for sure. And you got magnitude 735.26. And again, IWM and Dow will be weaker. So IWM is already triggering target 1, which would be the only trigger you have this morning. So we can see SPY, they're still holding the weekly open, which makes it a little bit stronger. IWM triggers target 1 and is now trying to go to target 2, 278.28. Dow Jones, red on the day. You have magnitudes to 493 and 494. Then Qs is holding up just a little bit firmer this morning. And that tells you semis intact. So semis opens into its daily magnitude. It is red on the week, so they are weaker than others. Utilities are selling off. Staples gap up and sell to start the morning. Healthcares are still holding pretty strong, pretty firm. Materials not having a good day this morning. But US rare earths are holding on to it just a little bit better than other materials names. You can see SPX still a short as the day is open red on SPY. Those profit takers, anyone long yesterday, they have to be the guys who are selling this morning at the open. And instantaneously that kicks in with the Qs, Dow and IWM. Target 2 coming in hot after triggering target 1. And if you ever wonder with targets, the reason targets can be triggers is because you can see this is an inside on a 2-day chart. So that first pivot was a trigger on IWM. Just not on a daily basis. On a 2-day basis, it was. So SPX still coming into its daily targets down here, 7375, which is your SPY. We go to NVIDIA, kicking pattern in force NVIDIA. Yeah, they're having issues there. Yeah, Panda Ninja. So kicking patterns are instant right at the open. The second that's red on NVIDIA, for example, boom, sell. How do you know? Anyone long yesterday, what are they doing? The instant it opens, sell. So you get to do it right away if you're going to. Now it's got to stay that way though. Stay red, right? If it doesn't stay red, then it's not a sell anymore. It'd be a buy. Because you get the guys in the morning who sell it off, and then that's it. They're like, yep, all right, got out of my NVIDIA. Thank God I did that. Then it flips green and everyone starts buying it back. So if it's red, it's bearish. If it's not red, not bearish. And what you want to look for if you're trying to buy the dip, right? You want to look for things that are green. Like AMAT, gap down buy. They're buying AMAT on the gap down. They're like, yo, AMAT's on sale. I'm going to go get some AMAT this morning. You can join them right there when that's reclaiming yesterday's lows. Ideally, though, we want the things taking yesterday's highs out. So we go to Microsoft, right? Where are you going to buy today? You're buying Microsoft today if you're going to be buying because it's not going down. Whole market gap's down. Microsoft isn't. But it has to be green. XOM and the energies, they're buying some of that. XLE, OIH, they're buying a little bit of that on the gap up. You can see pizza is gapping up and selling. So they're selling pizza on the gap up with the rest of the market. USAR and CRML, we said those were not going down with materials this morning, rare earths. They're going gap down buy to start the day. USAR, CRML, they're inside day. You might say, Alex, it's an inside day. I can't touch that. You can, but it has to become a 2. So it's still got a lot of distance to do that. But you can see it's directly countering what SPY's doing. So that has to be natural buyers in the rare earth material metals. All that fun stuff. And this is where understanding reclaim comes into play. So we got these 3s on the left at 2479 USAR. That would be the levels of reclaim that you'd want to get above to cause things to kick in. 2479 right there. SPY still going to the lows. So again, that has to be natural buyers in USAR. It has to be. If you go to CRML, lower low on the day. So bottom of the broadening formation, same thing. SPY, another low of day for the shorts. Anyone long yesterday, they have to be those guys selling this morning. Can't not be. I'm up 54% on SPX puts, taken slightly after the open. If you got it right at the open like we wanted to on the kicker, you're good to go. You should be up over 100%. You can reduce half and guarantee a win. And you still have all these targets to take out. We could drop another $8 today, as long as that gets worse. Qs coming in as well. Dow, IWM, it's simultaneous break to today, still true. Now, this can still change. We're going to disseminate the gap. We have to know, do they keep selling? Because the daily group lasts, 6.5 hours, but we're going to get the second 15 of the day to see if they're still selling in about 6 minutes. We can already see on the second fivers of the day, they did confirm. So second fiver of the day, they're still selling most of these indexes. Second 15 will be the next big move, next big flip. Up 40 on mine from the open. Pretty telling that rare earth and oil are doing okay. Well, those are the two things that we need aside from China, because China controls most of the rare earth stuff. So if stuff in China didn't go well, then it does make a little bit of sense that rare earths are up, because that's kind of our bottleneck. At least it's one of them. So far right now, if we open up the market, overall, you'll see small caps, all the indexes pretty much down. Dow and IWM are weaker. They're taking out the lows now. Semis, tech, discretionary, utilities, real estates, materials, NVIDIA, right? Off your kicking pattern. Huge, beautiful. Even silver, gold are down this morning after alerting on that profit taking a couple days ago. So at this point, it's like, how are you going to turn the market around? Right? Like if I went on Twitter right now and I was like, oh, the whole market's going to turn around. I'd be like, how? Because what's going up? Well, maybe telecom, some energies, Microsoft's still going up. So if you're going to buy anything, buy Microsoft, right? That's literally what they said this morning. They're like, the whole market's gapping down. Let's go buy Microsoft. That's literally what's going on. So that's where you'd want to be if you're going to be looking at buys, or anything that looks like Microsoft taking yesterday's highs out. So the only things really going up, you got some Microsoft, maybe a little Oracle's trying to come back, and IYZ, which is telecommunications, and Hack ETF, which is a little bit of tech, software names. So that's going to have to change. You'd have to reverse at least, one of these sectors. Now we do see semis and tech after some initial selling. There's some profit taking coming off the lows. So still volatile this morning. We have those second 15s in about 4 minutes. We're going to see when those 15ers open, do they confirm the selling down, or do we reverse this stuff? Because that's when they would do it. For now, down IWM still at the lows, SPY still at the lows. So there's a little bit of profit taking or short covering in tech, but it's not changing anything there yet. So for now, I'm still going to say, market's going down. You have to reverse all of this stuff if it's not going to be going down today. And even the strong stuff, staples, it's gap up sell. So even the strong stuff is going down today still. NVIDIA still has its magnitude to 221.81. So it's still got like $5 to go. While the whole market's going down, Figma is not. So there's something there, I guess. Pizza, they're still red. Let's see. Now, service now a little bit. CHRW. So look at this. Anyone who shorted CHRW yesterday, they're getting screwed right here. Above 165.21 CHRW, that's a buy. And it's a buy because First of all, you're at the bottom of the broadening formation, so everyone's short. Second of all, whole market gaps down, Nvidia's getting sold off. Anyone that shorted this stuff, the whole market's going down and this one's not. So we should see short covering in that if it is above 165.18. If it's not above that, then you don't gotta buy. And I do have a sneaking suspicion it probably doesn't have the best options. So more for the shares, guys. So as we get to the second 15s of the day, if you want to buy gaps down, what you're looking for is 2-2 reversal 15ers or 3-2 reversals. So the first thing I'm going to do is scan for outside days and see if we have any that are stronger. So Virgin Galactic Space, that one's a bit stronger. It goes outside day right off the open, but it's like a $3 stock. So not much there. Pretty much nothing. So there's nothing that they're like ripping right off the open and just buying as much as they can, which is notable. Let's see. So on the gap down, these are the things 2 down. So going down, but above their opens, which shows buying on the gap down. It's going to take me a second for these to load in because I imagine there's a few. SPY, by the way, new low a day SPY. First 15 minutes of the day. Anyone long yesterday, what are they doing? Below the daily open, they are selling, taking profit, getting forced out, which is why it's a kicking pattern. You're kicking them out. You're evicting them of their long position. Dow Jones to the lows. IWM, target 2 was reached, and we still have, again, look down and left. How far is it going? Well, if you know broadening formations exist, dink, 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 right? This is where it'd be trying to go. So that's still in play, IWM. However, it's got to stay down there. We want to stay below the pivots. Take as many people with us to the downside as we can find. Puke, SPY, puke. Get out of there. 62% now on my SPXs, 68%. And I went pretty far out of the money, and I got them late just because we're on the stream here today. I'm trying to help you guys win ahead of myself. So, good stuff. Puke. SPX right there, 7375. Now, we still have to take into account continuity, right? Things have to confirm. So second 15s of the day right there on SPY. If that's red, still good, still true. You can add to it or you can hold it. Nvidia, notice that, goes inside bar. So that one has to be stronger than SPY now. So this is what we mean by dissemination. SPX has to stay weak. Nvidia firmed up just a little bit. Doesn't mean it's going up, but it firmed up a little. So this is where we're going to find, who's strong and who's not. And it looks like my scan for some reason is not going through. I'm not sure what the issue is this morning. So right now, I'm going to try and find you guys everything that's reversing. If it's going to let me scan. I don't know. I think someone's being really weird. So while SPX hit the lows, things reversing. There's a lot. It's a lot of penny stocks. There's not much. Let's see. WTTR, Select Water Solutions, hammer 15 to go outside day, and it's really illiquid this morning. Nvidia, 2 down again, so they're still selling Nvidia. That reconfirms, still a short. Just like SPY, they're still selling SPY. Guess what? Algorithms told to sell SPY. Do it at the bid and do it today. Still true. Qs confirms. Dow, a little bit stronger. IWM still confirms. They're still selling almost every index. Tell them to puke. If we open up your sector view once again, how are you going to reverse this? You have everything going down besides energies and XOP. So if you're going to buy anything, XOP reconfirms to the upside. We're gaining evidence in XOP and energies. Where are we not gaining evidence? Anywhere else, pretty much. Financials firmed up a little bit. So financials, they might be trying to dip by that, but XOP and energies, that's the only two sectors we see them actively going after. And now that you make a nice winning short position on the kicking patterns right at the open, defend. Make sure you have stops move towards price. If you're trading options and they're up over 100%, reduce a little bit, reduce half and guarantee a win. And you can see the 15, so they sell, and now there's some profit taking. Defend. Don't let green go red. If it's going to puke all day, you can always get back in and get more. But you can never take a winning trade and go to a losing trade and then take it back to a winning trade. It almost never happens that way. So in financials, Oscar, OSCR, 3-2 up 15ers, a little bit firmer this morning than others. And it's a lot of nobodies that I see reversing, by the way. Like it's AXTI's in there. SNDK did firm up, so SNDK has to be stronger than things like NVIDIA today. NU holdings went gap down, 2-2 15ers back up on seemingly bad earnings. So they firm up in NU on the gappers, gap down by. The things that they are buying a bit of, Visa this morning, Costco, MasterCard, CVX. So we do have some leadership there, confirming on the second 15s of the day. On a sector basis, it's really only energies. So you can see SPY in the second 15. So sell confirms, and then right when that goes green, profit taking to defend and reduce, because the second 15 of the day showed you when those buyers were willing to take the offer. Now it has not reversed. So at this point, we could still say this is, profit taking of the short selling. However, we got about 9 minutes to find out, because that could become an outside bar as a reversal in one bar, low of day and high of day in one bar. So it's got to stay below those morning highs if we're going to keep this trend intact. So at the top of the list, it's really energies. It's like energies are going up on the day, and then they confirm the second 15s, and that's about it. Now they're not, they're staying up there on XLE. They're staying up there on XOP, and they're taking the offer. OIH, not so much. So it's not all energies, it's some. US oil is doing that as well. So you can see SPY, one green fiver, did that reverse the trend? No, it did not. So the new fiver opens, and they come back and they start selling a little more. So if they're going to continue, we look for something called a 2-2-2 continuation. The 2 down fiver, the 2 up, stopping people out, and then the 2 down again, which would be 3 minutes from now. So it might go just outside fiver and wipe everyone out. That's also possible. But we'll see. Right? That seller's still in there fighting them. Whoever's trying to buy low a day. So LLY, yeah, LLY, you could say it's stronger. It's 3-1-15 double inside day, but it's also not going up. So a little trickier. USAR, they're still right at the reclaim levels, and you can see unable to take yesterday's highs so far. So there was some buying in there, and then they go equilibrium, consolidation on the 15ers USAR. CRML inside 15 signal. So we call that the 312 Chicago setting up. You're going to have that about 7 minutes, we'll see those close out. COPs go into the highs in the energies. XLE high a day, XOP high a day. So far, SPY, you can see those fivers, they did not change the 15. So they're still 2 down in green, and they're still profit taking on the second 15s of the day. And that, about 6 minutes, it's still 2 down in green, which means it's trying to counter. It's just got a lot of distance to take out the morning highs if they're going to. But what that shows you is they sold the first 15, and then someone's trying to buy the dip on the second 15. The question is, do they actually negate the daily opens, which would change what's going on today? IWM and Dow Jones are nowhere near changing the daily opens, which is why they're weaker. USAR, CRML, they go fivers back up, trying to reconfirm, getting those dailies going. And you see SPY on the 15, still on that 15, green, a 2 going 3, trying to take the morning highs out. And they still have 5 minutes on that. So they are trying to do that still, since that 15 is still green, changing what we knew on that second 15 of the day, which is why those second bar of the day matters. On the second 30s of the day, we're going to be opening those up. And you'll see SPY, we might have this big hammer signal, which would form here. Now, we can't guarantee that. We have 5 minutes left. So this could go, all the way back to the lows and change what's going on there. But we're always asking, what's the next 2? What will it negate, create, or do? If we have a hammer here, that would be a 2-2 hammer reversal where the buyers try to buy the dip. So if that forms on SPY, we could look for it to break the highs of the morning session and take anyone who shorted in here and try and cause those guys to lose, because that second 15 of the day is setting up the next signal on the second 30 of the day. So that's what we're going to look for next. At this point, healthcares are still at the lows. Materials are still pretty weak at the lows. Utilities are still weak at the lows. Staples are still weak at the lows. Tech, they're going to be hammer 30 already on that second 15 of the day. So they're going to try and recover it if those hammers kick in and set up. We have about 5 minutes to find out. Qs. You see a nice puke, huge puker. That's like 100% in those 0 DTEs this morning or more, right off the rip. And then the second 15, all the way back, hammer. Dow and IWM are still a little bit weaker. So it's going to be tech, semis, Qs, all hammer 30 with SPY. Tech is already back to green on the day. So anyone shorting tech this morning, those guys are now in a losing position, trapping those guys. And this can get really crazy today, because if they can't recover it, if the buyers come in and try and they can't, we also could get hammer counter shooter, or shooter counter hammer. So we might have a very volatile morning this morning, or at least continue to have a volatile morning. So materials, you can see, are still at the lows while the market recovers and firms up. And I wouldn't say recovers, but it firms up. So if it's going to recover, we need simultaneous 30 reversals. Costco's going to the highs. Visa's going to the highs. MasterCard's going to the highs. Visa is almost an inside week to the upside. And Costco is from our weekend vid, up 63 points from the reclaim of this beautiful daily and weekly inside bar. Very good. So you can see SPX, that fiver seller, they are coming back, and that's still that daily guy, because notice we have not reversed yet. So when we look at this 15er, it's 2 down in green. They're trying to take them out, but they're running out of time. They only have a minute left, and now we're nowhere near taking that out. So it's 2 down, downtrend, 2 down, downtrend. The only difference in this downtrend is it was green, which shows you that the buyers were more aggressive, but it was still a downtrend. So we're going to see as we get to the next 30s, do they confirm or do they negate? And that's why like we said before, we don't know if those hammers are going to set up or not. We have to see them close and set up, because they could very easily just go right back down, since the 30 seller, the daily seller, the 60-minute seller, they all still have control at the open. So we still got about a minute here, and we'll get the second 30s of the day opening up. Energies, still a buy. Like we said, we don't want to try and time the bottom on SPY. We want to go after things that are going up today. It's called gap dissemination, buy things that aren't going down. So when we look in the energies, XOP, XLE, that's a buy. Hack ETF, the Hack ETF's a bit firmer as well. So we're seeing that rally in the energies broaden to the Hack ETF. And we also see a little bit more firmness in financials. So now at this point, it's not the whole market going down. It's just almost the whole market going down. So it's still going to be, hard to reverse this. And we don't see anything else going on in the VIX either. So we will see the second 30s of the day. We're going to double our evidence again and see, do they confirm what's going on or negate? And the second 30s is the same thing as the 15 SPY. So SPX, bright red, 2 down. It's closer to continuing. However, if it goes inside bar green, it shows you this 30-minute seller from the morning session is gone if it's green. So we want to see that seller come back if they're going to keep following through. And that's going to be in 5 seconds. We're going to get that new opening price. And the same thing applies in energies. If they're still buying energies, second 30 of the day would be green. If not, it won't be. So right here, you can see SPY right there. The second that's red, that seller's still present, but we're consolidation inside here on the 30. So we want to see that seller willing to sell into low of day. If they're going to follow through. And that'd be a 225er that they're trying to cause low of day to be taken out with. Qs is a big outside fiver. So you got a broadening formation on Qs this morning, because that outside bar is broadening, taking both sides of the range. So you could say, if the market does firm up, maybe Qs reclaims this to take the morning highs out, and maybe that turns better. Maybe, right? We don't have much evidence to say the market should firm up at this point. And I don't have the 30-minute charts in here, but we can see financials again a little bit greener here on the second 30s of the day. Energies are still at the highs, but inside 30s. And then every index went inside 30. Which you can see here, SPY. Inside bar, this is consolidation. So it was downtrend, now it's sideways, consolidation. If we go Qs, it was downtrend, now it's inside bar consolidation. Go Dow Jones, it was downtrend, now it's inside bar consolidation. IWM, it was a downtrend, now it's inside bar consolidation. So the trend's not reversing, it's just sitting here. So, what's next? How are we going to get out of that? Staples consolidating, utilities consolidating. So what you can say is a lot of the market firmed up with inside bars, but we can't say the whole market's recovering. That being said, on the second 30s of the day, anything stronger will be taking out the morning highs. So if we just scan for those 2230 reversals on our scanners, we should be able to find them. Or we look for things like energies right here. Still good. Energies make another high a day. That buyer's still present. XOP, buyer's still present. So the energy sector, still buyers in there. You can see Qs on that outside bar 5-minute broadening formation. If you're trying to time the bottom of that, it's going to take out the morning highs from that 3. So that would be the only one that I'd be looking at, like we mentioned. Tech is going to look similar. Semis is going to look the exact same. So you got these little broadening formations playing out. But they're still inside bar, which makes it a little trickier where that could chop you up. So just be careful of those inside 30s. USAR and CRML are trying to go RevStrat 15ers. Still inside day, though, so they're starting to get a little chop in there. You'll see the inside 30s, USAR and CRML, right in the middle. So if those 15ers don't work, you're stuck. So they got to work and take out those morning highs. And wow, for some reason, Thinkorswim scans today just suck. CRM is 30s, 2-2 up. So it's 2 up, 2 up. Yep. Or 2-2-day reversal. Yep. Still red on the week. So that's the only issue there. But yeah. Anyone short this thing, yeah, that recovered. While the market gap down. That's no good for the short sellers, right? For now in indexes, SPY, look at this. Still inside 30. You can see just how important that new opening price was. The second that happened, it turned the whole market to a consolidation here. Now, it could still become a 2, right? We call this presently inside. But in order to become a 2, you got to break out of this. It's a consolidation. So when you're looking at this, you can see this would be that, really small consolidation that's going on here. So if they're going to become a 2, they got to break below all these lows and actually take the morning lows out. If they can't, they're chopping them up still, right in the middle. So things that we do see reversing this morning, CrowdStrike, which is crazy. It's still at all-time highs from our hack ETF inside week signals that are still good there. Same with FTNT. So that's the hack ETF names that didn't really get hit today. There's some more Waters corporations, WAT, which is really illiquid. It's very interesting to see what people are buying on the gap down. They're like, oh, the whole market gap down? Let me go buy some Roku. It's like, what? Why are we buying Roku? That doesn't make sense. What about Hims? Yeah, whole market gap's down? Let me go buy Hims. They just blew out their earnings, but let's go buy Hims. It's like, why? Don't understand you guys. Nordic American Tankers Limited. That's one they're buying too. So in the energy names, this one's gapped down by this morning with the whole energy sector going. It's a penny stock, but that's what we're seeing. I'm just ripping through the list to see who's actually reversing these downtrends and who's not. And you can see SPY, for example, it's not. PWR, Quanta Services, is reversing their downtrends on the gap down. These are kind of illiquid in there. So, we're hard pressed right now to find any big capper names reversing besides stuff like Crowd and FTNT. And those are already at all-time highs, so not much of range to work with. CHRW, let's see. Yeah, so CHRW above 165.18, that's still true. 2-2 reversal day, anyone shorting this stuff. They have issues, but it's got to stay up there, and so far it is. So if we do look, this is where we can disseminate, while the market's going sideways, what should we do? Always go and find where the relative strength and weakness is. So when we go back to the sectors, Hack ETF still has some strength with your FTNT, your crowd, that type of stuff. Financials still has a little bit of strength as well. But that's really about it. VIX has some strength as well. So they're still a little bit nervous about this gap down, right? Even though the market's firmed up at this point, they're not like selling off the VIX and de-risking that. So still having some issues where people are a little scared. But things like Google, for example, inside 30s after reversing this morning, you'll have a broadening formation in there potentially. They're still going to be inside of their mother bar on the day, but Google has to be a bit stronger than the market. It's above its open, whereas SPY is not, and it reversed on the 15 this morning, whereas SPY did not. So there was some buying in Google. Amazon right here, 2230 Amazon, they're buying Amazon on the gap down. That's going to help firm the market up. So here's some evidence. Amazon, gap down buy. 2230. You also have Microsoft inside 15ers up. So Microsoft, they're still going after Microsoft. So Amazon, Microsoft, Google, that's where you'd want to be looking on the Meg 7. Things that are trying to actually recover here. Oracle's trying. Let's see. Oracle's inside day. So, we don't like trading inside bars because they go up and down and up and down and up and down. And then the strat doesn't work. It stops me out all the time. It's like, yeah, it's going sideways. Materials still hitting the lows. So still having issues in materials. Rare earths, you saw, are still pretty firm. Microsoft is about to take morning highs. Anyone trying to short Microsoft thinking it's rolling over, it's not. And we told you, where are you going to buy today? Microsoft, because it did not go down with the rest of the market. It's trying to go to 427 today, giving you an outside week. Microsoft. So yeah, we'd like to know about that still. And again, notice how we're not trying to time the bottom on SPY perfectly and be like, oh, I perfectly nailed the low day on SPY. We're trying to go after where we know there's buying. Because if you know there's buyers, that's better than the buyers you wish you had. Now, SPY is firm for now, right? Still inside 30. So is the market going down? No, it's firmed up. So they're not going down, but they're also not going up. Qs, though, what do we tell you about Qs? Right there. If you're going to dip buy it, right there. Because a 3 is a broadening formation. You can gauge the magnitude to rally $4 to the morning highs. So they're trying. It's just really slow because if you're trading indexes, you're trading consolidations. We prefer not to do that. Semis and tech are going to look very similar off those 3s as well. So nice, beautiful timings of that. But, again, we'd prefer to go after things that are stronger. That doesn't mean buy high of day. Just means when they triangle they out, you can try and buy the dip and the things that are stronger where you have evidence it should be a dip buy. If you want to think of it that way. It's like energies, right? They were buying it all morning. Now they finally stopped some guys out. So if energies are really going to go, what does it look like? It looks like they buy, they get stopped out, and then we get an inside signal to go back up. So if they're going to keep buying energies today, triangle they out very slightly. I'm going to start building that list for us here. How about rig? Let's see it. Rig inside day doing nothing. What did they do in rig today? Nothing. Nothing. On, 2 up but red. Yeah, it gapped up, so that's good. But it went red. So what did they do on the gap up? They took profit. So they might be moving from on and they're going to buy something else now. At least for the short term. Google is almost about to take the morning highs out. So right now on the gap down, the Meg 7 is kind of where they're at. Just helping your tech and semis. SPY's about to go 15 reversal. Q's coming into your magnitude. The other side of a 3 is always the magnitude. So there it is on Q's from your slight lower low here to cause anyone short this morning Q's to get blown out. So now that's a reversal. Anyone short in the first 30 of the day, they're in trouble there. That tells you things like Google. Tells you Microsoft should keep going. Tells you stuff like Amazon. It already reversed. It should keep going because this is what they were really buying before Q's actually reversed. Now, the other thing that's true, though, is we just took out everyone that was short Q's. So what we want to know is, does it stay there? Because taking out a high is not bullish, right? Taking out a high and staying above it, that is what is bullish. So when we look at this, because that 3 is broadening. They made the new high, they made the new low, you buy the low, and then it makes a new high. You've got to stay up there. So the level to defend, if you're a 5-minute guy, would be either reducing at high day or moving your stops above your entry price, if you got it down in here, and saying, okay, as long as it doesn't take me out, I'm in. Because it should just explode if we're right here and the market's actually going to recover. It should just go. You can see SPX, they're still firming up. Tech takes the morning highs out. Semis, almost. So AMD recovers. Amazon, high of day. Microsoft is still inside 30, so they did not get Microsoft, which is, we wanted to see that happen. So they're buying some Microsoft, but they're not willing to pay up. Oops. Oh, I always do that. How do I get out of it again? What? Why am I so dumb when it comes to getting out of this every time? Google takes the morning highs out. Google goes 2-2 reversal to cause an outside day. You can see Q's. The next 5 are opens. Boom, they're still buying. So that's what you're looking for. Now, you tell them to stay out of this range, right? Anyone short in this morning range, you want to cause those shorts to buy high a day. You want to tell them to get out of there. So that's got to stay up there. If not, you could reclaim that and take out the morning lows again, because broadening formations broaden over time, taking out both the highs and the lows. So if we're going to draw the broadening formation out, it looks like this. This would be your major triangle from this morning that started here. You see up, down, and then big up. And we had that really small one on the 5-er like this. So they're right there. This does not mean you want to buy high a day. This means you want to know if it starts coming back or if it breaks out. If you look at energies, no 5-er reversals. They go inside, so they're still taking profit on some energies. Triangle they out. Healthcare's firmed up a little bit. Materials start coming back a little bit more. 2 down in green 30s, so that's going to set up the 30s for the next flip off the 2-2 hammers in materials. And you could see coming off right on the bottom of the triangle. So we look at materials. This is a broadening formation we've been tracking for a while. They just triangled out everyone in this whole range. So anyone that was long in here, they're gone. And now they're starting to come back. So that's definitely interesting. Q's another high day. Tech another high day. Semis high day. Blowing out the shorts. Tell them to stay up there. And you see SPY, after the consolidation, they did finally break out of it. They're still inside to the morning highs, but they're going to take that out now. So you can see, like we pointed out before, all of this, it's sideways, stuck in the middle. Then eventually they started breaking out right around here, and now they were able to become a 2, which confirms Qs and SPY and that stuff, or Qs and tech, I mean. NVIDIA 2215, yep, they are recovering on that second 30. Notice that. They sold the first 30, and then the algorithms kick on the other way, buying. It's beautiful stuff. Knowing about that second 30, that second 60 of the day. Look at tech. What'd they do the first 30? Sell, second 30, boom, right when that goes green, no longer selling. Changes everything on the second bar of the day. Because everything confirms or negates. And you can't go wrong just knowing the second 30s, the second 60s of the day matter. Second day of the week matters. All of it matters, right? Very hard to go wrong knowing that. Every day. Same thing. So what we're going to see is a lot of hammer 60s. So we're going to have a lot of 60 setups. Google inside 15 up at the high day. So Google, they did make another high. So far, the Meg 7, Meta is still inside. Amazon, it's at the high still. And then Microsoft is still inside on the 30s. So for now, we're not seeing crazy buying in Meg 7, but we see tech and semis firming back up. Mostly like SNDK, really, really firm in there. AMD took the morning highs out. Dow and IBM are still inside 30s to confirm or negate. So we got about 10 minutes to the new 60 flip. So as we get to the new 60s, you can see, like we saw, energies they're buying, and then it broadened to where? Hack ETF, which is a technology subsector. Then on the second 30s of the day, the rally broadened from Hack ETF and telecom and some financials to tech and semis and Qs, now recovering. SPY, Dow Jones, IBM, all recovering as hammers on the 60s. So in less than 10 minutes here, we're going to have potential 2-2 simultaneous 60-minute break on the second 60 of the day across all 4 major indexes and all tech sector ETFs, as well as those semis, right? And that could change things. It's going to tell you Google. It's going to tell you SPY, Qs, Dow, IBM, every single one of them. They could all go 2-2 60s. And it can also tell you Microsoft. It can also tell you Amazon if you want to trade the Meg 7. But all of them. And we nailed that fiver right in here on Qs. It's up $6 now. 2 reversal, 2 still good. So hopefully that stays good and does not come back to that. For you guys who are trading the NAS. Simultaneous break on software stocks, yeah. So we said FTNT, right? That's one of them. Crowd is one of them on those 230s. So we pointed that out. It's just they're at all-time highs. So you got to be aware. It's straight to the highs. Microsoft, new high of day, Microsoft. And Microsoft has that outside week to 427. It's trading $10 below it. That's something you might want to know about Microsoft. Got no reason to believe that one is not going up today if the market does recover. See, A-Lab was another one of those that went 2230. Boom, 7%. That's crazy. Outside day to the upside. Let's see. We go to Hims. They did buy some Hims, oddly enough, but they did. GoPro. They bought a little bit GoPro. Interesting. So this is where we're likely to have a lot of inside 30s that could cause 60-minute reversals. Adobe, CRM, DDOG, IGV, Snow. Yeah. Definitely some of those tech names. And that's where we mentioned that hack ETF, right? While the whole market's going down, they're rotating into the hack names, which is that software slash, cybersecurity stuff. So that makes sense. Utilities still to the lows. So they're still selling utilities. Staples still pretty far down. So they're going after tech and SPY. And we'll see maybe materials off the bottom of the broadening formation. You can see USAR did take high of day out. So we mentioned that RevStrat 15. It rallied 4% and hit the target of high day. So that's what you wanted. Now, does it stay there or not? Because it's a 3 on the 15. Just like Qs this morning on the 5er, that is a broadening formation. So you can see at this point what happened with SPY so far. They blew out all the longs, and now they go shooter 5er, reclaiming the morning highs. So they buy, and then now they're stopping some people out. The broadening formation does exist, so we want to be aware that we did not reverse the dailies, right? Today, still a downtrend today. So this is a lower high in a daily downtrend on SPY. So that's something you want to be aware of. There is some profit taking as we get to the 60 flips. In about 5 minutes, we'll open the new 60s, which will either confirm or negate this rally we saw off the lows. Qs, same thing. You had the 225er in here all the way up. Then you have some slight profit taking at the highs to start off. But it's still broadening. It is a broadening formation. So we want to make sure we know about that. And just like in the morning session, if you make a winner, you want to make sure you defend it, not by exiting everything, just by getting your stops in place, by reducing a little bit to guarantee a win, pay for your commissions, whatever it is. Just defense is what we call it. Because price tends to go both ways. So just got to be aware of it. Microsoft, while the market pulls off the highs, goes inside 5er, 3131. So this one's staying firm, setting up the 5er for the flip. We can see how SPY and Qs are both doing that same thing right at high day with some slight profit taking. So if we want to see where the big sellers are at, we should see them on this list here. Prop, penny stock. Wolf. So if things are going to stay weak, Wolf, inside 30, momentum shooter, into momentum shooter 60, Wolf. And I want to switch this over. Wow, a lot of volume in Solana right at the lows here. That's pretty interesting. at the 4 time frame layout here: the month, the week, the day, and the 60, the 30. So wolf, still bright green month, still bright green week, still inside day. So if market stays weak, wolf, you got inside 30 to cause the inside day reversal intraday. And you got the rev strat 15 minute, the 122 shooter actionable signal to cause price movement below. It looks like it's about 62.83. We'll see in a couple minutes. To continue, you'll have Adobe and some of the software stuff. We have Microsoft. It's going to maybe close above the previous 30 highs, which would be good. We want to see that happen. Give us that outside week, ideally. Man, a lot of this weaker stuff is just like nobody's. Circle Internet Group. These are some of the guys that do the USDC digital currencies. Inside 30 has a rev strat in here, just like Wolf. So Wolf and Circle. Some of the weaker stuff setting up intraday. Wolf and Circle. Gold and silver both firmed up after their gaps down, and here's the new opens that going on. So, like we said, SPY right at the end of the 60 had some profit taking. Did that change anything? Well, the new 60s open, and they tell you the buyer right here, second 60 of the day, they're buying. So if that's green, they're buying, right? If it's not, then we're inside 60 consolidation. Qs, same thing. Dow, same thing. IWM, same thing. Now, the question really is, intraday, each 60 is like a new trading day. So what are they going to create, negate, or do on the 60s? At this point, they'd be closer to those hammer 60 reversals to negate those daily gaps down, right? That would change what's going on this morning. What the heck, Trading View? What happened? What happened? Oh, I see. There we go. Microsoft right away. Guess what? They're still buying Microsoft. So that's still a buy for now. And it is dependent on, can we get Qs and stuff taking the morning highs out again? Amazon, Google, same deal. If we're going to see things follow through, we like Microsoft, and it's going to 427.98. Now, it's still dependent on these indexes. Wolf, WOLF, is closer to that rev strat down to cause the 30 down and the 60 down and the day signal down. So a little bit weaker in Wolf, but definitely like the look of Microsoft. And what we say is this. Notice how they bought Microsoft. It gapped up, and they were willing to buy it. So are they aggressively buying Microsoft compared to Qs? Yes. Gap disseminated. Then they reconfirm on the second 60 of the day. What are they still doing in Microsoft? They're still buying. So the best trade in the world looks like they buy and then they come back to buy more and they come back to buy more and they come back to buy more all day. Therefore, that's something we can look for, because if they're aggressively buying this and then the market recovers, this should be a leader. But the market hasn't recovered yet. Qs still inside 60. If we look at SPY, still inside 60. We look at Dow Jones, still inside. IWM, still inside. However, just because they're inside doesn't mean we can't have stuff leading the market, right? Microsoft has to be leading because it's not inside. So that's something we were looking for. If the market recovers, this should go flying even more so. And anything that looks like Microsoft, also taking out the highs, we would want to know about. Sadly, I don't have access to real time on our scanner just because we had some legal stuff that we're fixing, or I guess, I don't know if that's the right terminology. I have to switch the account that I'm using. But I have not been able to do that yet, so I don't have it yet. Let's see. Sorry about that. So you can see as Qs starts to firm up a little more, Microsoft has to be stronger. It was leading the Qs. So still true. And this is what we call gap down buy. Gaps down are normally meant for buying. Now, if you have kicking patterns and stuff, they can turn into, gap down sells, which is what we saw right at the open and everyone getting out of their longs from yesterday. So now those guys who got out of their longs, they're the ones getting back in at high a day as things firm up here, because they didn't know the second 30 of the day mattered. Now we'll see. Oops. Still pretty much inside bars across the board. So again, you're looking at strength and weakness. We're not looking at a broad market rally. You can see they're buying some Microsoft, they're buying some Oracle. They are inside across all four major indexes. They're inside across healthcare, communications, discretionary, financials, materials, banking, real estate, staples, the hack ETF, tech, semis, energies, retail. They're inside across everything. So again, relative strength, relative weakness. This is not broad rally. However, as the market goes sideways here, we see them selling the VIX off. We see them selling the UVXY off. So they are, less fearful now that the market has firmed up, which is why you can go and buy stuff like, Microsoft, where it is going up, because that's where they're already going to buy. It's just not bleeding over into the ETFs yet. Microsoft still highs. %100 on some Microsoft 425 calls I grabbed. Again, where's it going? 427.98. As long as the 60s confirm the dailies and the weekly, has to be doing that. All right, now that things have slowed down just a little bit, we got to find where we're seeing those 60s kicking in. So anything taking morning highs, that's what we want to know about as reversals. Anything that looks like Qs, for example, taking the morning highs, though, that's where we want to be. Really, the only one I'm able to get us on is Microsoft. I'm not able to find where else they're doing it. It's a little trickier without a scanner because you have to go off the dome. Now I can hit it through Thinkorswim. It's just that it's not as specific in comparison to what I normally am scanning. We go in here, Figma. That's one of them. They're still just jamming the highs. DXCM. Oh, that was a nice kicking pattern this morning. Wow. Look at that go. Getty Images. That's so crazy. Why are we buying Getty on the gap down? They're buying Six Flags too. So weird. Wow, I got some nice weekly setups for next week in Six Flags. I mean, at the top of the list, it's a lot of infotech, but it's a lot of smaller cap or, you know, more beaten down names. It's not a lot of the strong names that we are familiar with, you know, the past like 6 weeks that were just jamming the highs. So, you know, Figma's, it's kind of like the Figmas of the world that we see them going after. Docs. There's some junk in here, but this is what IBKR gives you. Yeah, the stuff they're buying. It seems more like it's short covering than like real buying. At least it seems that way. Now, Enphase, they've been going after that one all month and all week. So they bought that. You see, they bought it Monday, triangled day out Tuesday, bought it Wednesday, bought it Thursday, bought it Friday. So they've been, that's real buying for sure. Both show. Now, that being said, though, we have about 200 names taking out the morning highs right now. And in those names, the market caps will see Apple, Microsoft, XOM, Oracle, UNH, AXP, CrowdStrike, CRM, Shopify, Starbucks, Adobe, Now, FedEx, Monster, ADP, USPS, or UPS. So we have them firming up on a lot of things. And if we go to things that are 2 down on the day, just so we have, you know, we're more specific to see how much of the things they sold off this morning are actually going to recover. We got about 88 names that they sold off on the gap down this morning that are starting to recover a bit. So like UNH, for example, 2260's up. Still Microsoft, you know, this is why we like gap dissemination, because once things firm up, the things that are going up, they have to be buyers, because like, you know, just, you have to think like, why, if the whole market gap's down because everyone's like, it's a bubble, I'm terrified, or, you know, we didn't get the China thing we wanted, whatever. But everyone's like, all right, let's everyone sell the open. And that's what they do. But then you have stocks that are just blasting into the highs. It's like, what are they doing? Why would Microsoft be at the highs right now? And why didn't Microsoft gap down? It's like, well, they're buying it. That's why. So it makes it easy because, oh, the market firmed up. Let's just go to where they're buying. You don't really have to guess. Now, hopefully, we do get the market to actually reverse all this stuff. Because then it should send Microsoft, it could go like 430 today, 432. And that doesn't mean to buy high a day Microsoft. It means we already had some nice corrective activity in here. They already broke out of this stuff, so it's got to stay up there. If you're going to try and buy it, you need like a red fiver, triangle they out, something. Slight lower lows to play off of. The other thing that could happen today is, since the indexes still have yet to recover, is you could see the indexes go like 2, 1, 2 down, 2 down, and get that kicking pattern going. So that's also a possibility. So these inside bars, although they tell us the market firmed up, it does not tell us the market reversed. It does not tell us that. So when we look at the market, it's like, what are they actually going after? It's like, well, they're still selling VIX off. They're still selling UVXY. So maybe they're not scared. But regional banks, they're still selling off. Biotechs, they're still selling off. So we still have active selling going on today. It's just the indexes and the averages, right, holding up a little firmer. Now, we also see healthcare still on the new 60s. They're still selling some healthcares. With financials, with those regional banks, they're still selling some of that. But that's really about it, right? Tech, semis, Qs, SPY, they're going after those. So we want to see them recover, especially with the VIX still puking up a storm here. They're not scared of this gap down anymore. At least they're starting to become less scared of that. ABV still good from yesterday. Let's see. It is. It's also doji. So you got your magnitude 214 where you'd take profit or reduce. Then it came back in. So you got to be careful. Broadening formations exist. They made that higher high and reclaimed it. Now it hasn't reversed. It's still good. But you have to know where you're at in the series of broadening. Because when you're at the highs, that's where taking profit and reducing happens. When you're not at the highs, that's where entries into the uptrends happen. Right now, we still see this. You'll see Qs and SPY double inside 15. And you'll notice I only keep the 3s and the 1s on my chart. And the reason I do that is because these are actionable and these are very important. What these inside 15s show us is those buyers and sellers agree on prices right here, right at high of day. The sellers are like, yep, this is the right price. The buyers are like, yep, this is the right price. So when you break out of that, it's going to show you a new seller or a new buyer entering the market. Therefore, SPY and Qs, you want to mind the inside 15s here. Dow Jones is already 15 down. So they're like, yeah, Dow Jones, too expensive here. IWM might go inside 30s down. So instead of trying to short the strong stuff like tech or Microsoft, Dow and IWM, that's where you'd want to short off the 30s. You'll see Dow inside 30, that could break. We'd prefer a double inside 30, but maybe. And IWM could break that inside 30 down as well. You can see SPY and Qs, a seller in SPY just hit the bid. It's not going to reverse anything. Look at this on the 60s, still very inside SPY. So you're nowhere near taking the morning lows out, which means that could rev strap. And then Qs, looks like they're still holding on, double inside bar. And you can see Microsoft, now you're getting some of that triangle layout, stopping some people out. So when you look in here on SPY, they form an equilibrium, break down. So a seller hits the bid right in here, and then it reclaims that. Qs stays double inside 15, so tech stays a little bit more firm. And IWM and Dow, they have to be a bit weaker. However, they're still inside 60 across everything here. So if we go back to open up your sectors, you can see they went from green to now doji on the 60s, but IWM went from red to redder. So small caps still have to be a little weaker. With your biotechs, with your regional banks, which are small caps, regional banks, there's a lot of those. Energies, they're buying some more energies. Normally that causes the market to be a little weaker, so makes some sense. So it's still a bit of a conflicted market. Regional banks, biotechs, they're selling. They're buying some energies. Then indexes are all consolidating with small caps a little bit weaker. But they're still selling off the VIX. So it's like, it's rotation. It's not market crash at this point. USAR, after hitting the top of the broadening formation, we said the 3 is broadening. So the second you take out those highs, you can see they reclaim it, giving a target to try and change what's going on and drop 7%. And so they're coming back into those broadening formations in USAR. And we have yet to see materials, really firm up. They're inside 60s, but that's it. Qs inside 15 down. SPY re-breaks the 15 down. So that seller, they're hitting the bid in the Qs a little bit, hitting the bid in the SPY a little bit. Is that going to change anything? We're still right at the daily open on Qs. So still doji day. Buyers and sellers are kind of at a stalemate on the Qs. IWM goes inside 30 down. This has to be weaker than all the other indexes, IWM. So if you're going to short anything, because at least that could take the morning lows out and get puking versus SPY and Qs. You could go after it. It's just you got a lot more distance to cause anyone buying SPY and Qs to go into a losing position. But you'll see those 15ers, they're now sellers are hitting the bid in SPY and Qs. IWM has to be weaker. So that seller from the first 60 of the day is coming back, which tells you banks, regional banks, biotechs, they'll continue. We're still very much inside 60, SPY, Qs, and Dow. So it's still going to be difficult to take out those morning lows in those guys, which is why IWM is a little bit better if you're going to try and do that. So this could very, very easily recover because they're knowing you're taking those lows out. But we will let the fivers tell us. You can see they take out the 15 targets here on SPY, and then they're just sitting right here. So do they confirm that to the downside, or do they negate? Microsoft, after some slight corrective activity, they firm back up as an inside fiver. So Microsoft still got that buyer this morning in there, but we'll see. SPY and Qs, you can see they're still confirming. They did not reclaim any of that stuff. Inside 15 down, actionable signal causing prices to change what they're doing. IWM off the inside 30, they're almost taking the magnitude at low of day. SPY and Qs, the red 60s, the red days. That seller from this morning is still present, albeit we have those consolidations we're going to have to deal with here. Dow Jones has yet to take the 30s down, so just like SPY and Qs, Dow is in sidebar. IWM has to be weaker. Look at Microsoft. Are they selling Microsoft right now? No, right? And this is why we don't want to buy the weak stuff. If you buy indexes, it works, and then it starts coming back or tracing half the move. You buy Microsoft, they take a little profit, and then the buyer's blowing them out while the market's going down. It's so much easier when you know what strength and weakness looks like, because you don't have to guess. Like, I don't have to guess here. You know, is Microsoft rolling over? It's like, no, it's definitely not at this point. No, it was nowhere near. Now, if you're playing SPY and Qs, you have to guess, because it's like, I don't know. It's like, they could take out the morning lows, but they're also still consolidating on the 60s, right? These fivers, look at this. They sell, so that did happen. They did sell, but if it reclaims with a hammer signal, that could go hammer fiver, boom, blow them out right back to high a day and trigger those 60s. So next fiver, it's going to be just under 2 minutes. This is going to matter. If you have hammer fivers across all the indexes, that could change what's going on. And look at that. Microsoft's at high a day. Crazy. Crazy. And Microsoft, my calls for 0DTs, they're up 300% on the 425 calls, knowing that price is going to 428. I wanted to be in the money before our targets are hit. So now my calls are well in the money. And when did I get those? I got them on the second 60 of the day when the buyer came back and told us they're still buying. And that's exactly what they're doing. SPY and Qs hammering the fivers now. So the sellers tried to sell. Did they take the morning lows out and cause people to go into a losing trade? They did not. So they tried. Now, are they going to get countered by a more aggressive buyer in the other direction? That's very possible, right? Because we didn't take out the morning lows. So these sellers were not weak enough to actually take the morning lows out. They weren't strong enough sellers. So now hammer fiver SPY, boom. SPY and Qs, boom. IWM goes slight recovery. The only issue here is we're still inside 60. So buy Microsoft, screw the indexes. We don't have to trade the choppy stuff. Next signal would be, 5 minutes from now on the 15. So we'll see. Microsoft, Sarah's up 400%. Nice. I'm up $1,600 in my next week Microsofts, and I'll show you that for proof if you don't actually believe me. I waited until we had high evidence, and then I went after these. I just, threw $2,000 in there and doubled it. Now, as we are approaching our targets, we will say the last thing we want to see today is to blow out all of these if we can. Especially if we can get SPY and Qs to go. Because if SPY and Qs start recovering, Microsoft's already going up. What you're going to have is what we would call the futures help or the index help. Because you have a natural buyer in Microsoft. If SPY and Qs start hitting the highs, since Microsoft is a part of those indexes, Microsoft gets more passive buying coming from indexes, which is going to help out. So we'll see. Right now, there's some slight profit taking at the highs. I'm trying to find where my live stream is on my computer. I'm missing it. Ah, there it is. So we had at the open, the SPX short, if you're able to nail it, win at least 100% if you got it right at off the rip, because mine went 70% before they retraced on the second 30 of the day. So that's the first thing. And then gap dissemination, we definitely had a lot of evidence Microsoft should be going up. So that was the second thing, which is beautiful. Is it making sense for you guys who are just joining us? I haven't looked at Discord in a while, so I apologize. You played hymns? Yeah, let's see it. It's like, why the hell are they buying hymns? I don't know. Boom, 5%. Oh, man. And look at that. Like, this is why people who are like, I just trade indexes, you know, it's like you can do that. And we suggest if you're a new trader and you can't focus on more than one thing, just because it's like a 3-year-old, right? Like, you just have to like be like, let me try and figure out what this one is. Like 1, 2, 3. Here, is this a signal? Alex, is this a signal? Yes or no? Right? And it takes a while for you to read things. That's okay. So I'm not saying you can't trust trade indexes, but you have to realize once you understand what a 2 is, whole market gaps down, buy the strong stuff if it starts recovering. If the market keeps going down, you can sell the weak stuff like indexes. And if not, you can know exactly where they're actually buying. You don't have to guess. It's just beautiful. Now at this point, you got some profit takers, Microsoft at the highs. They're still profit taking. Now, is that anywhere near changing the 60-minute group? No. Now, what we do have is the second 30 of the 60. Now, is volatility high right now? Well, you know, every 30 minutes, Qs is moving $6. So, yeah, it is kind of high right now. IWM is still weaker. So, if you're trying to short anything, that's still true. IWM is still down here. It's still weaker. But what we'll have here is the new 30-minute actionable signal, which at this point, we're still an inside 60. So, it's more likely you get an outside bar or a rev strat after this inside bar. But mind the next 30, the second 30 of the 60. It's either going to, you know, break down or it's going to break up first, and then we'll have to see if they go broadening formation or not. But what we know is they sold on the previous 15. So do we negate that by reclaiming and, you know, starting to firm up? Or do we confirm that with more selling on the second 30 of the 60? That's the main question. And you'll see right now they are chopping them up right in the middle of this stuff. So it's a lot more tricky. Microsoft 225er, there's some profit taking kicking in. So right there, Microsoft, just mind it. Now it can also be triangle day out, is more likely triangle day out, but second 30 of the 60 right here. Inside bar. So now it's going consolidation, which means it was strong weakening with the lower high. Now, I'd prefer to see this keep going, though, and it's nowhere near any of my entries. So hopefully you can see slight lower low and then send them. You see Qs and SPY on the second 30 of the 60. If we look at those opening prices, we're currently above them. So the buyer is more aggressive than the seller on the second 30 of the 60. And that means Qs still green on the day. Goes back to green on the 60, although very, 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 very small green. So the daily 60 buyer, that monthly buyer this month, they're still present here in the morning. They're just not that aggressive because they're not willing to pay up. Hymns still at the highs. Yeah. Good. And all Hymns was knowing when the second 30 opens, you can look for things to reverse, right? At 24, 21, 25. Just like Coin and Hood yesterday. The second 60s of the day. Boom. And then yesterday at the close, we said Coin reclaiming all the highs. Boom. All the way the other way. So you got both. SPY goes fivers down with Qs. So now SPY and Qs confirm Microsoft, which was leading. And what is that fiver doing? It changes the 30 back to red, still inside 60s, but look at small cappers. Small cappers, they sold, and then they sold some more. So that seller is reconfirming from the morning first 30 of the day. SPY and Qs, they're still chopping them up. So they're trying to sell intraday on the fivers to cause those inside 30s down. And then what? We're still going to be an inside 60. So is that going to change anything? And let's go and take a look at our major sectors. So you can see all 4 indexes below their second 60 of the day open. So the seller is still more aggressive. That is still true. VIX and UVXY is still down there. So it's not like they're terrified. They are selling though. And then energy's still firm. Microsoft still firm, although inside 30. And then regional banks, materials, some financials, some healthcares. They're still selling off those guys. Some biotechs as well. So it's still conflicted. Some buying in energies, Microsoft, and then selling in everything else while the market goes sideways, consolidation still. And you can see on that second 60 of the day, none of these have became a 2, which is why it's like, oh, it went down and then it went up and then it went down. The strat doesn't work. It's like, no. Inside 60, it's supposed to go up and down really fast. And that's why it's not, seemingly not working. Because it goes up a little, down a little, up a little, down a little, up a little, down a little, and it gets really, really tiny. And it's consolidation, where all of this is an inside bar to everything on the left. So what we do with consolidations is we know broadening formations exist. So what we prefer to see, it's like if we wanted to sell this, what we'd want to see is pop them up and then go for it, because we get a broadening formation. If we want to buy it, what we prefer to see is the bottom of this, then reclaim goes to the top of it. And if it's going to be just straight up breakout, you'd have to stay below these lows or above these highs as a breakout, which is less preferred. So for now, they're still just consolidating. Microsoft right here, hammer fiver, it's trying to kick back in. So they firm up Microsoft. And I just want to see that thing hit 427 and call it a morning. I got so much stuff I want to do outside of disseminating the gap today. Micro silver, that could happen if we pull up the silver. We mentioned that profit taking for you guys, if you saw in the intraday alerts, right in here. So we had the silver buys from last week, and we said silver is reclaiming broadening range for the swingers from last week and yesterday. And that's what mattered, because when you come back into a broadening formation, it broadens. It tends to go all the way to the other side to stop people out. And you can see silver then gapped down the following day, and it said we're nearing that triangle layout. So if we go and look at what silver did, by the way, healthcare is about to take the morning lows, biotechs to the morning lows. So they're selling healthcares and biotechs right now. But if we go to XAGUST, which is the silver futures, you can see how the broadening range gets bigger. And everyone just misses this. They don't realize once you reclaim right here, this is resistance. You had resistance, resistance, and then, slightly higher resistance, resistance. Where's support? Support, support, support gets blown through here. So from resistance all the way to support, most people just don't understand that's how you draw it. Resistance and support is almost never horizontal. People will draw this out and they'll say, see, look that was my resistance level. It's like, it didn't even touch it though. How's that resistance if it didn't even touch it? This is what it looks like on the daily. Right off the tippy top of this, reversal stopping people out. And now we have some options. Either we go back inside and start firming up, or, the bigger triangle would be stop them out down here, then go back through again, which I'm also okay with that. Doing some battle against those guys. SPY, so look at the fivers. They went 2-2 down and then they reconfirmed. That's a problem. Because when a seller comes back to sell more, that's an aggressive seller. So the inside 30 down kicks in with targets to go here. 738.97. Now they are still inside 60. But we have that kicking pattern on the day. So anyone long yesterday hoping that it came back, this is not what they want to see. So if they're still holding off on getting out, that might start getting those guys out as things weaken up again. If we go to Qs, also inside 30 down, Dow Jones 30s down, IWM was weaker, and we told you that was the short. So magnitude on IWM right here at low of day being the weaker one that you could short and hold on to. Now, the question then becomes, where is IWM going? Well, it's kicking into full time frame continuity down, which gives it targets to take last week's lows and then down here, 270.36. So if it can get below those morning lows, then it gets worse, because this is broadening support, and you can see support is below the previous lows from the following days. So it needs to get below that, right down in here, if we're going to see that really kick in. And if not, that's support. So this is an important area for us. And then we'll have those inside 60 SPY and Qs. They're still inside. So they are reversing, but they're still inside, consolidating on the 60s. We go to Microsoft, still at the highs. This is the easy stuff. We already know they're buying Microsoft. We don't have to be worried about this turning around. At least not, we don't have any evidence this month, this week, today, or right now that it should turn around. If we go to Wolf, we gave you Wolf and told you to short, or that you could short to cause the inside day reversal. And Wolf hits its magnitudes and then some. So you're going to see they sold on the 2215 rev strat, which we told you would cause the inside 30 down, which it did. And this is in your small caps, I believe. So it's also part of your IWM, disseminating the weakness in the small caps. Then you had 2 down momentum shooter 15 signal, which went 2 down again, and then 2 down again, which takes out yesterday's lows. So now the question is, are they weak enough to actually take out 5860, which is the magnitude of that? And you can see just how many signals kicked in here. The 15 signal, momentum 15 shooter signal, causing the 30 signal, causing the 60 shooter signal, causing the daily signal. So you got a lot of signals right now that just kicked in. So could get worse off there, especially if small caps were to actually get below this support here. If we go to USAR is still holding on. So if we look at that level of reclaim at 248 or 2479, they're still holding that. So maybe later today, you could get like an inside 60 in like 20 minutes. That might kick them in. Kick them into gear. Let's see. So you can see healthcare's take the morning lows. So they reconfirm the VIX. They're still selling off the VIX. And this leads me to believe that the market is going to try and recover. Maybe not instantly right now, but they keep selling off the VIX. That's normally bullish, or it's normally showing that they're not scared it's going to keep going down. So we'll see. Staples is almost morning lows, utilities morning lows, biotechs, regional banks. So you can see they're selling the boring stuff, the materials, the healthcares, the financials, the staples, the regional banks, which also shows you there is some leadership on the downside. So if they are going to continue down, we'd have in 20 minutes, we could get these inside 60s going to the downside or the upside. And if not, they can sell all the boring stuff and rotate back into tech and semis, which is also another option. So we'll see. It's kind of hard to say at this point. You got a lot more going down than up. Microsoft, we do see that seller starting to show face. So you can see they try to get back to the morning highs here. Countered. That seller came back off those highs. So now we're going to have inside 15, still inside 30 red. So they're still taking profit, still weakening. The day is still bright green. So if you're a daily guy or a 60 guy, it's still staying there. It's just profit taking. IWM, after slightly stopping some guys out, they're still red on the 60s. They're still right at support where they could break through. Wow, look at AEHR. Double, double, or 1, 2, 3 inside 30s. Right in the middle. Wonder what's going to happen when that breaks. All right, so we're going to see in about, 17 minutes, those 60s. For now, small caps weaker. Biotechs, healthcare's, regional banks weaker, and then some tech stocks like Hack stronger. And we'll come back in just a bit. Healthcare is making more lows. Same with the VIX, which is interesting. And this puts us in a pretty precarious position. I don't have the real-time data. It's slightly delayed, but if we open up the Strat Scanner to get a good view on what's actually happening today, you can see they're selling everything besides energies. So it's like, well, where's the evidence today to buy? Energies. So if you're going to buy anything, if you want the highest evidence, the energy sector technically has it today. So that's notable. However, that could change because the 60-minute confirms or negates the day. So when you look in here and we look on the 60, the only place they're confirming the huge sell is right here. 90% of utilities going down right now. So when we go in there, utilities, 90% of utilities are selling off right now. That's algorithmic institutional selling of the utility sector for sure. It's the only way you get 90% of the same sector going down. So that's happening real time. Then when we go and look at everything else, we have so many inside 60s. So it's like, well, we gapped it down. Everyone sold and blew out of all their long positions from yesterday. And now we're forming equilibrium. Everyone's like, yeah, like this is kind of what SPY and Qs and Dow Jones are worth, and semis and tech, like this is what they're worth, like right now. So we agree. We all agree this is what they're worth, and we're terrified. Now, when we go to the VIX, they're still selling off volatility, which means either we have some trader in here shorting the hell out of volatility and they're about to get blown out because we go inside 60s down across the whole market here, or they're right and they're shorting volatility because they know they're about to turn their buy algorithms on. Like, imagine if you know the desk next to you and it's like, yeah, I'm about to buy like, $50 billion worth of SPY and Qs and tech and semis. I'm going to do it in the next hour. I'd be like, all right, I'm going to go short the VIX before you do that because the VIX is going to drop like a rock, right? That's exactly what could be happening. Not sure. But that's kind of the read. It's like this guy's really short in volatility. They are selling off some of the boring stuff, but tech and semis, if those things firm up, that's like 80% of the market right there. So as we come into the flip, that's what we're going to be monitoring. Microsoft is still pretty firm. So they had profit taking, but they haven't gone anywhere. And if you want to look at tech and semis and find those signals, you'll see NVIDIA is showing you right there. Google is showing you right there, inside 60s. And then we can also take a look here and find some of those inside bars. So we go to the 60 and we can just go to the category and go inside bar. Boom. Here's all your inside bars. And then we can go 2 down 1. We can look at the stronger stuff, things that are more firm on the day. These would be where they're buying and consolidating today. So you can see Marvell. They buy the dip on Marvell and then inside bar on Marvell. So if they're going to keep buying the dip, you could cause the outside day. We're going to go to the month, the week, day, get this organized. Here it is. So if this inside 60 kicks in, you have a magnitude to become outside day 13 points higher in Marvell, and it's relatively strong to the market. Because if you compare that to semis is a doji, Marvell's much greener. So those buyers have to be more aggressive. American Semiconductor looks very similar, except it's not quite as strong as Marvell, but you'll see slight lower lows and then the inside 60 here. STX, Seagate, they already reversed. So STX, a little bit firmer, and this one's been on a tear. You had slight triangle out here on the day, and then right off the lows. It's a little bit of a pricey name. Western Digi. They've been buying this one for forever. You got inside 60 at the lows as well. So Western Digi to add on to American Semiconductor / Marvell. I like Marvell more. So Western Digi, Marvell. And you can see we're just disseminating the gap as we discussed at the very beginning of the day. You figure out what they're actually doing as the day goes on. It becomes more and more clear. So, when I'm looking at this, let's see. What about the uptrends, the things they bought this morning that go inside? Zoom. Well, that became a 2. So not inside anymore, but Zoom, interestingly enough. You can see they bought the first 60. They came back to buy more in Zoom, and they really came back to buy more. Look at that. Not bad. Let's see. Planet PLNT. Planet Fitness. Interesting. Now, Planet Fitness, oh my goodness, what a good investment name, potentially. Right here. Look at that on the month. Now, it might take months because Planet Fitness is brick and mortar. It's not a tech stock, but it's pretty neat. Walmart went gap up sell today, and they're hitting the lows with the staples. So that's no good. Same with Keurig Dr. Pepper. You can see small cappers inside 15-minute at the lows. So at this point, small cappers off the 30s, they're still just sitting there. Right on top of support. Financials, they're still bringing them into the lows, with healthcare still at the lows. Materials making low of day. So it just looks like, coordinated destruction. They're holding the SPY sideways, and they're selling off a lot of the more boring stuff. You see Microsoft double inside 15, so they chop them up a little bit, giving you that consolidation on the 30. So if we want to find out exactly where they are, like really aggressively going after them, you can take a look now, and we should have more evidence to see. It's like Yeti Holdings, interesting. Team in those tech stocks. So you can see Team today. When the whole market gap down, this went 2-2 reversal to the upside. So they went and bought Team, other market gaps. DXCM, we already mentioned, but they triangled they out. Now, they don't have much magnitude here. That's the only issue. It's back through a range like this. But we're going to need to see a new signal, like a 22230 or something. So you can set an alert. See if that does kick back in. GitLab. Yeah, a lot of these, tech stocks that they got beat down. So it still seems like they went short, like the whole market gap down, and they're like, all right, let's cover the shorts on all the stuff we've been shorting for the past 4 months, 5 months, 6 months. That's what it looks like. It's like Workday. Like, look at this. They shorted W Day right off the beginning of the year when we had our inside month signal that we put in our yearly video. Drops 50%, and then everything comes out today with China, and they're like, let's cover. Right? It's like, not sure. Or maybe they're buying it. I have no idea. But it's kind of what it seems like. CRM, right? Doing pretty much the same thing. Sarah's saying US 500 broadening formation to make another high day. Possible. I mean, we triangled out everyone from yesterday on the futures. But this is that consolidation. How are we going to pop out of this puppy? So if you look at the futures, you can see why has it been choppy. It's like, well, it went up, triangled they out. The buyers tried to buy it, triangled they out. Buyers bought it, and then we're stuck right in the middle of a sub-broadening formation. All of this is that inside 60. And this is why it's like, oh, I'm going to buy my fair value gap, right? And then you're just going to get chopped to bits because it's inside bar. It's like, we don't want to do that. If we look at XOM, they're still buying some of that. A lot of the energies went inside 60, all the ETFs. Financials just took out morning lows. Healthcare is still taking out morning lows as a 2-2 day. Materials still taking out the lows, so they're still having issues. Materials as 3-2 weeks down, going outside month, so they're not recovering that. Staples still morning lows, gap up sell, goes outside day. So Staples, this one's been just grinding up until right here on the gap up sell. That changes things to the point where maybe, you know, Staples were to come back all the way through this stuff, but we'll have to see. So it's kind of hard to say. Like, there's rotation and they're selling the VIX off, but the rotation is into all the beat down names. So, like, maybe, I don't even know. I'm trying to think of why they would do that. What if we, here, I got a great idea. We're going to take the list of all the stocks that are strong this morning. So I'm going to show you how we use the scanner. These are things that went up and then went up on the 60s. So we're just going to take that list and we'll do the top. We'll just like weed out the weak ones. We'll do like the top 2%. So we'll just be like, what is, let's see if we can get some interesting information. Oops. Let's see what they think, what the AI thinks. But SPY and Qs go hammer fivers, and new 60s just open. So look at this. We have the RevStrat 30 SPY pivot machine gun to cause the 60s. That should cause Microsoft to go flying, if so, because that gives you a magnitude to try and cause the inside 60 reversal up. So Sarah might get what she wants here. You'll see IWM right at support. Boom, changing continuity. That's support. So they're buying from support in IWM. So we do see things firm up a little bit on the flip here. And you got some 30-60s if they're going to change what they're doing and prove that VIX seller correct. We can see again that VIX seller, they're trying to come back and sell more. They're selling the UVXY, which always goes to 0, and they're selling some VIX. Look at all the indexes right on the flip. The second the flip opens up, the opening price goes green. So that shows you a buyer took the offer right away. Does that buyer continue to do that? That's our question. And then if so, NVIDIA, you got the inside 60s there. So we'll add that, make sure we have this on the list. But NVIDIA firms up in the tech and semis. XLK and SMH, tech is close to taking out the highs, and semis is close to taking the 60s up. So mind the flip. And what we want is we want in force. So we want SPY and Qs to be above their inside 60s. That would be bullish. If they're not above them, it's not bullish. They need to be above. So Qs right here, it's the first one to go. Semis would be second. NVIDIA is going to be with that simultaneous break in tech. Then XLK reconfirms an uptrend. So they bought tech on the gap down. They bought it on the second 60. They bought it on the third 60. And that tells you the hack ETF names, which is pretty liquid, but it's like your PanW, your FTNT, your CrowdStrike. Those are some of the leaders in tech this morning. Now and HubSpot are also leading. Shopify is also leading. So those are some of your leaders. NVIDIA is going to be a new signal kicking in. So Qs is first. Tech and semis does it with Qs as simultaneous break. While that happens, Qualcomm goes inside 60 down. QCOM, or Qualcomm, however you want to say it. But you can see NVIDIA, Qs, semis, all inside 60 up, simultaneous 60s at the same time. So that's the first thing we see as evidence the market's trying to recover, and that VIX seller would be proven right, if that's true. At this point, though, Dow and IWM and SPY have not. So the first ones always have the least amount of evidence, because if there's a buyer and they just go in and buy in tech and semis and that's it, you still have the rest of the market going down. It's like, that's probably not going to reverse the whole market. So when we look in here, they're still selling healthcares. They're still, sitting at the lows on staples. So they're not recovering here, but they're firm. Utilities, they're still selling some utilities. It looks like Microsoft on the flip. They're taking some profit Microsoft. So you want to defend, if you have not yet, that new 60, the third one of the day. They're stopping some guys out. And while the flip happens to the upside in semis and tech, QCOM goes inside 60 down. So that's direct counter to the signals in Qs and tech. So that would be a short as weakness if you want to try and go after it. So Qs and semis break, but that's it so far. You can see Microsoft went inside 30 signal and then reversal, changing what we know to be true. So this counters the weekly and daily magnitudes. Because if this is enforced to the downside, it's not going to 427. It is trying to go to 418. It changes what you know to be true. So it does change. However, they're still stronger on the day. They're still nowhere near reversing the 60-minute at this point. So could you hold on to it? You could. It's just you are at risk of giving back gains. We pull up your Dow Jones as well. You can see in the Dow. So they tried to buy a little bit of Dow initially, but then it changes green to red. Anyone that bought the Dow just went into a losing position. So that'd be closer to 60s down. And that'd be probably the first one to do it if they were going to sell them off. So it's still very conflicted in the market. Healthcares, they just sold them into new lows again. So they're still hitting the bid healthcares. The VIX went inside, so firmed up a little bit in the VIX here, the UVXY. That's kind of the gist right now. We still have a lot of inside bars that have yet to break. So who's going to win, right? These tech buyers or the guys selling healthcares and utilities and materials and real estates? That's kind of the question that we're sitting with right now. Is they're directly conflicting each other. SNDK goes 31260s up. Gap down by SNDK. So in your leadership, SNDK and NVIDIA, they're going together. Qs rebreak, semi rebreak, tech is rebreaking. So those 60s are still true in the tech and semis. And they're still leading. They have the least amount of evidence, but they're still true. So if we go and look at the NASDAQ, what we can see is you have this big buyer in NASDAQ, triangle they out, and now they're trying to recover it. We just need to see more tech actually break. That's going to really follow through. Because we can go to AMD. Looks like that one just broke, so it's confirming NVIDIA, albeit very slightly. Staples just made new lows again, so Staples, Utes, Healthcare's all new lows. Man, wouldn't that be nuts if they dumped the whole market and just went all in on tech and semis and they doubled down? That's kind of what we're seeing right now. They are still buying HIMs as well. AMD 60s are in force with NVIDIA and SNDK and SMH and tech and Qs. Materials now taking the lows out with Staples, Healthcares. Like, oh my goodness. What a crazy statistics, crazy stats that we have here, man. Let's see if I can pull it up using my intelligence software. Where is it? Very interesting. Healthcare or financials just take the lows out too. So you can see there's a big seller in here that it looks kind of like rotation. You can see into semis, tech, and Qs out of literally everything else pretty much. That's seemingly what it is. There's also a little bit of energy buying going on, just not that much. But while they do that, Dow Jones is about to go inside 60 down. So you can see directly conflicted, which means you can short the weak ones, buy the strong ones. But eventually conflict has to resolve. Like if me and you get in the octagon and we're fighting, eventually one of us has to get, knocked out. So just got to be aware, eventually it resolves. Right now we have way more twos down. So that kind of tells us, you have more evidence down. That could change, but for now it's like the sellers are really selling a lot of stuff still. And the VIX just firmed back up. So whoever was selling the VIX off, they're not getting what they want. It's not following through. So it's still a fight here. And the reason that matters is because rev strats do occur. It's like right now, Dow Jones takes the lows out. That's confirming healthcares, confirms staples, it confirms financials going down, confirms regional banks in Dow Jones. So Dow Jones inside 60 down signal confirms the sellers and what they're doing here. But rev strats exist. So if it's just someone that's trying to buy tech and semis, they might not be enough to do that. QCOM is, inside 60 down is completely countering that right now. So there is still sellers in tech and semis, even though they're trying to buy them right now. If we go to see what we know to be true, inside bars can do one of a few things. You can have inside bar signals up that work, right? That's what we prefer to see. However, you can have one bar rev strat where it goes inside, up, changes to red with a reclaim, and then goes big outside bar. So if you have the whole market going down and then tech and semis all go 2 up in red, that's reconfirming the whole market going down. So that would give us the 1 bar rev strat tech and semis with the whole market going down. So we just got to be careful of that. For now, they are still firm. Not much has changed there. And we still have this conflict that needs to resolve. So you can see right here, the key reads, defensives are getting waxed. Healthcare's 24 to 25 names and 2 down in red. So that's 24 out of 25 healthcare's down. Utilities, financials, staples, uniform sector-wide selling. Industrial split, aerospace, defense are all 2 down in red, while the rails and automation are holding to the upside. So it's a complete split, but the defense basket is bleeding because XLI, is not all defense sectors. So you can see at this point, we got double the amount of downtrends, and the market does trade in the direction of the most twos, which is trends. So we have double the amount of downtrends right now, and that's trouble, right? Like, look at this stuff. Dow Jones right there. That's when you'd want to know about it. And that's also telling you Microsoft, since Dow Jones holds Microsoft, it's putting some more pressure on those Microsoft buyers from the morning session. So that's something worth noting as well. I love how Claude goes, they're getting waxed. It's like, come on. That's so damn funny. So Dow Jones, if you're trying to go where the evidence is, I'm just going to keep repeating that. Spying Qs, or specifically Qs, if that's 2 up in red, now you're being put at risk of 3 against you. Anytime it's a 2 up in red, that is potential rev strat. And rev strats are the most aggressive form of reversal that exists. So be very, very, very knowledgeable of that happening and either exit or flip it short and try and make your money back. Because if you have the whole market going down and Qs is about to go 3, that would be market crash and the VIX would explode, whoever was short in the VIX this morning, and blow them out. So we want to know about that. And you'll see Microsoft, they're still taking profit. So even though they're stronger, after those second 30 or those new 30s opened and showed profit taking, after the new 60s show profit taking, they're still taking profit. QCOM, we told you QCOM inside 60s down, countering directly what the Qs is doing. Magnitude about to be hit at $200, and it could keep going because QCOM, you can see, is continuing on the day, and it's going potentially outside week. We're probably not going to be an outside bar this week unless we see market crash, which would be like if tech and semis really start getting waxed with the healthcares and whatnot. But QCOM creates a winning short position in tech and semis, so that's weaker than Qs. But like we said on Qs, the second this goes red, you have every reason to believe that's trying to go 3. Dow Jones off your inside 60 comes into target 1. And when we go back to what we said in Dow Jones, if they kick in, we could drop 10 points today. So yeah, we want to know about that Dow Jones. So you can see materials getting waxed. I love how Claude said that. It's so funny. Oh, man. So they're having some issues. And you could see as the day goes on, more and more stuff starts happening. Things start confirming, things start negating. Conflict starts resolving. At this point, the only thing kind of firm is small caps and a little bit of energies, which again, like we said, if you're going to buy anything, it'd be energies. So they're not selling off energies this morning as a sector basis. We can also still say Microsoft, it's just profit taking. However, they're trying to counter this tech rally right now. So you're at risk of that. Turning. You can see VIX in here really going green because that guy who's short in the VIX thinking the market's going to recover or just consolidate all day. Not exactly what's happening. They're starting to rev strat. Staples at the lows, healthcare's at the lows, discretionary sector with Dow Jones hitting the lows too. Communications. XOP just went inside 60 up. So you have a buyer taking the offer here in XOP while the market's weakening. So what I'd say right now is the market, they're still rotating around. It's not exactly crash, but it's not far from a crash either. It's only energies that we see that aren't going down, at least on this 60-minute basis. So right now we would say tech, semis, tech, Qs, semis, tech. These guys are really, they're really fragile right now. If those go outside 60, we might see those drop like 5 points because rev strats can be so powerful. And the reason they're powerful is because of exactly what they are. A rev strat is a consolidation where a buyer shows up and buys the breakout. And then when it starts coming back and it flips red, that's a more aggressive seller against the buyer. So that seller might only sell it down to here, or they might sell it all the way down to here. We don't know. All we know is that seller is countering a known aggressive buyer. So right now, we know there's a seller in here. SPY, the last one to break, right here. SPY, reconfirming the Dow Jones short. So SPY, right here, we have more evidence now the market's going down with SPY reconfirming. Dow Jones reconfirming healthcare, communications, discretionary, financials, staples, telecom, utilities, real estates, materials, regional banks, biotechs. SPY reconfirms all of it. All of it. Reconfirms QCOM, reconfirms Google going inside down. The only thing not going down right now is we can see Microsoft. It is red, but it's also not reversing. So still holding firm there. You can see staples, they're just getting waxed. Right now, I just asked AI and I said, what do we see? And it says we have no counter trend in healthcare, financial staples, or utilities. Zero buyers in those sectors. It says defensive rotation or rate driven. No internal disagreement means no stock picker opinion, just basket flow. By contrast, the sectors with active counter trends are where active money is making real bets. Yeah. Very interesting. PFE, Puker Party, broadening expansion. I would love to see that. Yeah, baby. 2 up and red yesterday, goes 2-2 today. And we told you guys, if you watch our weekend videos and our nightly videos, this is a while ago, but we had a short. It was right up in here, around like $27, give or take, to cause outside quarter. And they're getting pretty close. So not bad, that's for sure. So SPY, again, this is like, I can't stress enough that what we just saw is exactly what we said we might see. That VIX seller, incorrect. At least as of now, that VIX seller is way wrong. Way freaking wrong. And Qs is about to go outside 60. So notice, if you bought it, we're like, yeah, tech and semis, it's leading, but it also is the first one to go. That's the riskiest one. The second it goes red, flip it short with more. Make it all back and then some. Beautiful. Now that it's a 3, that's in force. If we are below 709, Qs is going to drop another 5 points. Now, if we're not below that, you're a broadening formation in Qs. So we want to be below that. We have 39 more minutes on this 60-minute group to see if that seller has more to sell. The only thing that's yet to fall is IWM small cappers right now. It's the only thing left. Outside of energies, which again, they're rotating directly into XOP, and that's the only thing we see them going into besides the VIX. So now this is issues. We got 39 minutes to find out if these sellers are really going to counter or not. And you can see how the 1 creates a 3. And this is important because 1s and 3s are universal truths of price that cause things to happen. So for example, if you go to SPY, you can see here we had this 1-3, then it goes up and then it goes back down. Then here we had the 1-3 and it breaks out of that. And that was the big rally we saw Tuesday, Wednesday. So now we have 1-3 and that's a broadening formation on Qs. So right now, you can see there's very slight profit taking out the lows, but they went up and then they went down. Do they stay down or do we go back up again? That's the main question. What we want to see is 1-3, 2 down, puke fest to everybody. And the beautiful thing is, if you shorted it near the flip of that level, let's say you reduce half if you're a 0 DTE guy. Those 0 DTEs probably rallied, it could be 20, 30, 40%, depending on what you're looking at. So if you reduce half, you can just have a stop up here and say, okay, well, maybe it works. I might be able to hold that all day. And then if you were earlier to that, you shorted Dow Jones, it's the same thing. Once it hits target, you can reduce, you can put your stop break even, you can get more if you find a new signal. You can do whatever you want, just don't let it lose, right? If it goes $2 after you hit it, don't let it lose. You let it lose after it works, that's what losing traders do. You don't want to be a loser. No reason to. Retail hitting the lows, communications hitting the lows, discretionary hitting the lows. So things like Tesla, they're coming back in off the inside day and discretionary. AEHR, that's a really interesting one. AEHR 2215 just now. And it's interesting because it's setting up the 30-minute rev strat where you can see we had those double inside, triple inside, breaks up and then reclaim. So countered by a more aggressive seller, it'd be trying to go to low a day. And then we have that huge daily pivot machine gun below. So if we're going to see market crash, which again, I'm just going to keep saying it. Right now, they're selling everything besides XOP. and the XOP might reverse. And if that happens, they literally are selling everything. So again, I'm just going to keep repeating it. It's really, really important to understand what's going on here. They're selling every index. They're selling almost every single sector. So AEHR, why wouldn't that go down? If they're selling everything, it reclaims the highs, and anyone long in here is going to have to get stopped out. Why wouldn't it go down? Tell it to puke. Tell those sellers to sell more. Puke, guys. Oh my goodness, puke. Say, give me my money. I saw you selling. I saw you try to buy it, and I saw that did not work. You can see NVIDIA comes back to the 60 signal. So it jumped $1.27, but then it reclaims, or it's trying to reclaim this outside 30. It's trying to reclaim this inside 60. So if that starts going red, continues to confirm what Q's is doing. And again, we go back to this VIX thing, like, ow, right? Ouch. The only thing they're really getting after is VIX, which is normally not a good sign. SPY is red for my TOS mobile. Yeah, it is red. Oh, you're behind on stream. Got it. Was I clear enough in what was happening? Caught Microsoft on the gap up 1,100%. Let's go. Woo! Amazing, Mike. Just gave some back on the recent 60 on the lower time frames, trying to get continuation. Well, I'm glad you're in the stream. Hopefully you heard when we were talking, or what we were talking about. Right now, the 60 is still a 1. So while the market, they're selling everything, it's just profit taking on Microsoft, technically speaking. Therefore, if we were to firm things back up, right? If we were to, that's what we want to go after. And it also means if you bought it earlier in the morning, you could reduce some, ideally, and then you could also add back if it firms back up. But either way, dude, nailed it. You were exactly where you should have been. Whole market's gapping down. Who's going up? For now, Q's is not in force. It's right at the level, 709.24, but it's not in force. So just be aware. So right now, if we look at the Qs, what happened on the fivers? They aggressively sold into the lows. Then the buyers aggressively bought above the highs. So now we have a broadening formation here. So this is what's happening. We had that big counter seller show up across the whole market pretty much. And a buyer just tried to buy against them. So what do we want to see? Ideally, we want to see that buyer get just ran over. Because if that happens, that's the triangle they out. They tried to buy and take the offer. And maybe they only had a little bit to buy. And then we go, boom, take them out here, and then they're forced to sell, which forces more people to sell. So let's see if we can triangle out and get them really going. That would be ideal if we're going to get any more puke. And if not, we just have to realize right here on that 60, this is a broadening formation Qs. So in order to make things bearish, you can see where support and resistance is. It's support, 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 resistance, resistance. So support, we have to get below support. Below this stuff is how you can think of it. if we're really going to see them fall apart. And if not, then we're going to go after Microsoft. We look at Dow Jones right now. We can see Dow Jones, they hit the 60 target. So they did what did what it was supposed to by taking the lows out. But then we're seeing some profit taking occurring. So that buyer and Qs, they did show back up, starting to come off the broadening formation a little bit more so. We go to Microsoft. We can see Microsoft, if you're waiting to try and get into the strong stuff today. Now we're starting to reclaim some of this range just a little bit in Microsoft. So it's stronger than what Qs would be. So now that we have outside fivers on SPY and Qs, these are going to close in 10 seconds, and we get these new broadening formations that are going to resolve. Either by reclaiming them to cause those 60s to kick back in, which would be, that'd be more fun, or by expanding outside of them. So we want to watch these fivers and see, is this buyer just here for 5 minutes, or are they trying to reconfirm? And Microsoft is the place you want to be looking right here. If you're going to try and buy anything, Microsoft is the one you want. Is 2215 back up, firming Microsoft up as a leader on the day for the gap down buyers. So we're going to mine the new 30s opening up just now. So for now, Qs are staying as a 1 on the 15, but you can see on the 5 minute, they are still 3-2. So you have the broadening formation, that outside 60, which hit its target, and the 3-2-5er that's now still countering this, with Microsoft still being the one we want to be going after if we're the gap down buyer guy. Trying to find where that strength is going to be. So we can see both Qs and SPY, they're still above those fivers, and they're trying to cause a 15. So that is on the second 30 of the 60. The first 30, they got countered as a sell. The second 30s were now 3-1 SPY and Qs. So they're still a little bit stuck in here in comparison to some of the stronger or the weaker names like Dow, which was able to take the morning lows. But they have 3-2-2s. Now with those fivers up right now. I'm looking at Microsoft. That is the one I want to be on today. So the second 30s of the 60s, currently inside. And just now, so you can see they went up a little bit, still inside 30, and then they come back in a little bit on the fivers. But this is an outside fiver, so that is a broadening formation. They're still going to be inside 30, but what that shows you is someone tried to buy, and someone just countered those guys in the direction of what? These same 60 reversals or continuations that we still have. So Dow Jones, you still have 25 minutes where this is below the signal break at 495.89. So that's still weaker. And then SPY is trying to re-break it, and then Qs is a 3. So we have this big broadening formation that we're still dealing with. So the question is like, what would that do now that it reclaimed? Well, if it took this out, the other side of that, as a 3225er, that would re-break the 60s. So we're going to mine that. We'll see. Utilities, financials, they're still very weak. If we pull these up, you're going to see. On a 60-minute basis, they still haven't really changed much. The only thing, they're still buying some XOP. They're still buying VIX and UVXY. But utilities, healthcares, they're still at the lows. Regional banks, materials still at the lows. Financials still at the lows. So they still have not really changed anything from what we saw besides some profit takers. Looks like gold is a little bit more selling. Silver kicks in with some selling. Gold miners kicking in now as well at the lows. Let's take a look at some of these ones that are firmed up a little bit. So in staples, we see them buying some Schmuckers, SJM. A little bit of buying in pool. A little in materials. Not really enough to say. You know, it looks like just short covering a lot of this stuff. ACN, nothing. IT. For now, Qs goes inside fivers, still an inside 30. IWM is going 322 fivers, so they're weaker with the Dow Jones going inside fiver down. So Dow, like we said, on those inside 60s down, that has to be weaker than SPY and Qs. Has to be. Now, IWM, they're just continuing. So they were already going down, which meant this was leading the downside, but they're sitting inside 30 at this point. While the market's, you know, kind of floundering a little bit, Microsoft inside fiver, they're still 2215s up. And they are firming back up, trying to set up those momentum hammer 60s. If they're going into our targets today, that's still an option, right? Still has to be stronger since it's above its daily open versus something like SPY, which is below its daily open at this point. So if we go in here, still not much changing. Now there is some, looks like short covering or, you know, seller exhaustion in staples. So a little bit of seller exhaustion staples that we're seeing at the lows. A little bit of real estates, looks like short covering as well. And then obviously Microsoft's firming up the 60s, setting up those hammers. You can see Microsoft reconfirms. We look at those tenors coming back and reclaiming that previous range through the sellers on the stronger name with full time frame continuity up. They're taking those guys out. So it's closer to the RevStrat 30 in Microsoft, which would reconfirm back to the 60, or giving us not the 60, but the daily weekly magnitude. Because if we can get above 423.66, it blows out anyone short in Microsoft. And you are pairing that short with aggressive buyers on the month, weekday, and 60 groups. If we go to Qs, they're still inside 30. So we got the big outside bar, hits his target, and that was it. The broadening formation gets us a little bit stuck in here. And you see the fiver guys unable to change anything. So this is still what we're dealing with. Resistance, resistance, support, support, support. And now we're in the middle of that. So how are we getting out of that on the Qs and SPY is going to be the big question. Still in the morning range. We take a look at those staples. They go 15er hammers up. So staples, you had the big broadening formation this morning, and they firm things up right there. So staples is one of the first ones we see firm up at the lows on a sector basis with the real estates. So there was a big sell that went across the board, but that was it. Once those Qs went outside 60, they didn't follow through. Where they are following through is regional banks, which they've been selling all morning off of the RevStrat day. So you can see sell, sell, sell. So they're still having big issues there, which also leaks over into your financials, which they've been selling today as well. Discretionary goes hammer 15ers at low day, firms things up just a little bit with the staples, with communications. The thing is we still don't see a lot of 60s firming up. We see some specific names, Microsoft, and that's it. But these 60s last another 20 minutes, and then we get the new flip. So that is going to be the next question: is do we confirm the 60s down, or do we negate by going reversal? So if they don't reverse, they don't reverse. So if we go to AEHR, this is on the gappers, and this is one I was looking at for this morning. Maybe a RevStrat down. That would confirm the outside 60 in Qs, the 2 down on SPY and down IWM. Reconfirm all of that in about 18 minutes. That might set up. They also have a 30, but I prefer the 60. If we go financials more low of day just now with regional banks. And what I think is happening is they're selling all that off from yesterday, the Clarity Act moving forward to Congress, which I don't know when Congress is actually going to be voting on that. I can check. Or is it this? My bad, not Congress, the Senate. It's probably not going to be for months. Well, what I think is happening is that they realize the banks are old news, and specifically regional banks. And they kept saying that yesterday during all the meetings. They're like, if this happens, regional banks are going to go belly up because everyone's going to remove their money from regional banks. And that's what Warren kept saying. So it does make some sense that they're selling those off. But we still really don't see them going after tech. Still inside 30s, tech and semis, still inside 15ers there as well, which close out in a minute. They're just consolidating a lot of inside 30s. Silver and gold are confirming the downside at this point. NVIDIA goes 32230s down, so that negates the inside 60 up, giving the broadening formation to try and go back to low day in NVIDIA, which would definitely make Qs weaken up a bit if that were to be the case. So 322 NVIDIA. Semis does not do that, though. Tech does not do that. So you need to see those ETFs kick in if we're going to really see things like the VIX take out these guys. Those ETFs have to start moving. We go to Microsoft right here. RevStrat up Microsoft. So while they're selling other things in tech and semis, there's a natural buyer in Microsoft still. And you can see right where they showed up. It goes all the way down and then boom, buyer algo turns back on 2. So that's still a good thing. You got this inside 60 setting up in 15 minutes. And on my next load of Microsoft calls, I'm up 60%. Just buying strength. And I got it a little later with you guys. I used the 10-minute/15 minute, which is like right around right here, which went instantaneously with full time frame continuity, which is pretty good. Right to its 15 targets. Just got hit. Where did it go? Oh, it's up here. What am I doing? I'm looking at it. Stocks are at all-time highs because AI earnings are real. Bond yields are at multi-decade highs because sovereign debt loads are so real, are also real. Both cannot be right, and historically, it's not the bond market that's wrong. Well, when was the last time something like this happened with the bond market? You see, Microsoft, after that 15 magnitude, is where you first saw some short-term profit taking on the new 15. So when we're looking at signals, we have to understand they have targets, and they only last a certain amount of time. So when we're looking at a 2-2 reversal, you have a signal, it lasts 1 bar above the signal, it's the only time it's bullish, and then we have a target, which is why you'll see things like that happen. It goes boom, all the way up, and then the second the new one opens, there's some profit taking. Now, it doesn't mean it's a reversal here. We can just put a stop break even and say, all right, second load of Microsoft calls. The first one went 400%. Let's see if this one does 400% too. And we can risk their money with the break even stop. We're good to go. Now, if we go to Qs, the same thing's true. When we look at the 60s, when an outside bar happens, notice how it just hit the target and then dead in its tracks. It's because it's a magnitude. When you become an outside bar, that was all price discovery was ever designed to do. And if you don't think price was designed, that's a different question. But that's how it works. Now you have 230. Yeah, but the 15 is not confirming that. If the 15's 2 up and green, yeah, the 30's, it's true. If the 15's inside, the 30's doing nothing right now. It's just sitting right here. Because you can't, like, you have to think in terms of what's possible. If Microsoft's going to go from current price up to, the next target at 425.08, it has to be above that, 424 on the 15 minute. So above that, that 30 is in control. If the 15's inside, that 30 is not doing anything. So you get profit taking during retracement inside bar. And then if it's going to continue, it's got to be a 2. So this 2 on the 15 right there, that confirms that the 30 buyer's there. Now it's got to stay that way. It's got to stay above that. And then you're going to go to the next price. But when you look at price discovery, if price is consolidated forever, it would have to delist. Because if I click here and it's doing nothing, it just consolidates forever. So eventually, the range has to expand. And it only does that by broadening and taking both sides, which is why that's the magnitude. Once you take the other side out, then we have no idea. So when we go to Qs, we look at that inside bar. The inside bar restarts price discovery where they go down and up really fast. They break up, then it counters, they break down, broadening formation gets bigger. And that's why it pretty much stalls out right there. And then it goes back inside and they go back to chopping them up again. So it's like, how are we getting out of this? We're still inside 30, still inside the morning range. And a lot of traders, they'll look at this and they'll say, we have those equal highs on Qs to take out. It's like, true, but you're still consolidating. So how are we going to pop out of this broadening formation? Oops. All of this is restarting the series. If we go on like a 1 minute, really tight broadening formation. Take the highs out, take the lows out. Really tight. And then they're even getting tighter in here. This 3. The size of Q's range is 30 cents right now. Now it's going to get bigger, but man, it's really slow. So SPY, they're still inside 60s down, but we're running out of time. We got 10 minutes left. And time exhaustion is a very real thing. Once you get towards the close, that's when short covering will happen if it's a red bar. Once you get towards the close, if it's a long green bar, that's when we'll see profit taking as well. So when we go and look at, the Dow, we had the inside 60 down. It hit its target, and we wanted to see it follow through and really pay us. It just didn't. The seller wasn't willing to sell until low of day. And that was right down in here. So at this point, we have that morning range. And our question is, do we confirm, right? They sold here, continued selling, continued selling. Do they continue selling again? Or do they negate by going Rev Strat as a 122 in Dow Jones? That's the major question. Because we had sideways down breakout. Do they counter the breakout or do they confirm the breakout? Would be how you can think of that. SPY was the same thing. Do they confirm that or do they negate that as a Rev Strat? And like we always say, and we said it earlier, we're going to repeat it. Inside bar reversal signals and inside bar continuation signals can also turn into 2-bar Rev Strat, where you get an inside bar, it breaks one side and then tests the other side of the range. Or an inside bar, it breaks one side and tests the other side. So when we're looking at these indexes across the board, we had our inside bar, they broke the lows of it, didn't really go anywhere. So you short it, maybe you make a little bit, maybe you make nothing. Then the next 60 opens, it might go and test the other side as a Rev Strat. So that's what we're going to mind on the next flip. Now, if they were to do that on the 4th hour of the trading day, Microsoft is inside 60 and it has to be stronger. So that might be something worth noting. We can also note which sectors are starting to firm up, which might help, the market do that. Well, staples. We said there was seller exhaustion, and that seller exhaustion is true. It's still coming up. Real estates as well. Some biotechs as well. Financials might have a hammer here as well. Maybe healthcares have a hammer here as well. So we might see some of these weak names firm up, and that would really help things if we're going to get the market actually to recover this gap down. We can also see IWM firms up a little bit, slightly green on the 60 there as well. So we're going to mine the next flip and see, do they actually change what's going on? And while the market's doing that, kind of meandering for the second hour of the day, or the 2 hours inside, you can see Microsoft, just like we said, if it's going up there, it has to be above this level, 424. So it goes above 424, therefore it's trying to go up there, and it is. So if we go to the 30, you got your next target, 425, and that creates the momentum hammer 60 signal. So what we'd want to see on the new 60 is slightly red and then follow through. We got about 6 minutes, so we are coming to the end of the 60. Want to be aware of that. because anything can look really good, but it has to close and then the next bar has to open and actually follow through. So good stuff on Microsoft. We nailed that ad. And like we said before, inside 15 signal, boom. And then 2-2 signal, recover, boom. And you can see when the market's moving, the strat is going to do the strat stuff. The inside signal hits the morning highs. That was this morning. The inside signal tells you to reduce or exit right there. The 2-2 reversal tells you get back in right there. And the strat is stratting. The only time the strat doesn't work is when it's chopping around. And that's why we look for where the strength and weakness is. Helps us out. Because like Q's this morning, it's a little trickier in there just because it's inside that morning range. Now we had that 60 outside bar, but once it hit 3, it's like still has not done anything. It's just sitting inside. You can see as we get towards the end with Microsoft firming up, Q's is able to pivot machine gun these guys, so they firm up a little bit. That's still setting up what? The 3-1 on Q's. So the broadening formation, then consolidation. Got 5 minutes. If that can close like that, that'll be the next signal to try and get us out of here. So we see seller exhaustion across healthcare, seller exhaustion communications, financials, discretionary, staples, telecommunications, real estates, biotechs, regional banks, materials. What is this telling us? Unlike before when Q's and SPY broke and we said, hey, like they're reversing, but everything else is being sold. Unlike before, we now have everything that was being sold showing signs of seller exhaustion with these lower wicks. So come the next 60 flip, if every 60 goes green, it shows you that seller's gone. And therefore, things like Microsoft that are strong should start taking off as the buyers can follow through and start taking the offer. So that's what we're going to be looking at next. And my Microsoft ads are up 182% on the 0 DTEs. So we nailed a 400%er on the second 60 of the day, and we nailed a 200%er. I was using the 427.5 calls, looking for 427 like we talked about this morning. But we nailed 2 of those now on the highest evidence stuff to actually buy when the market gaps down. It's very cool. And where's his face? Where is his face? Just Mike. Are you doing it? I didn't see you. So what do you say? Go one time frame down. So when you're looking at a chart, you always have to use at least 4, because the 2 biggest time frames, like the month and week, give you the context of do you have high evidence or low evidence. And then the day and 60, the 2 lowest time frames, allow you to know what's going on today and right now. And the same thing applies. So like if you're looking at one time frame, you can have this signal go in force. All we can know from one time frame is if we're above this level or not. So if we're above it, we have until this bar closes if we're above it. But that's all we know. But if we use 2 time frames and we have that signal, what we can do is we can say, okay, if this is a daily signal, when we're above that, we have 6.5 hours, so 7 60-minute bars. So like they buy the first hour, they buy the second, the next hour opens, goes red, it's profit taking. Because this is still green, but intraday there's profit taking. So by using more than one time frame, we can differentiate between what's buying and what's profit taking. And by using 4 time frames, we can really differentiate. So like if we go to Microsoft, there's high day, by the way, that was your target. So now you defend either by reducing, by moving a stop towards price. We nailed this right around 421. So you better not lose, better not give it all back. And if you have the stuff from over here, those are up like 800%. So let's go. But we can differentiate Microsoft as profit taking here because if we go in here, look at the day. Do you see how this day is green? And like we said, as long as the day is green, where's it going? 427. Why do we know that? Because the week's green and the month is green. So if the month and week and day are green, they're buying this month, this week, today. Now, when the 15's red, what is that? That's profit taking. Because today they're not selling, this week they're not selling, this month they're not selling. It's just intraday profit taking. So you can be very sure about the fact that this is unlikely to actually change what's going on here, which is why you can wait and wait and wait. And right here, right when that firms up, we know for sure we should be doing that because we have every reason to believe Microsoft is stronger and going up today. versus SPY. SPY's red on the day. Anytime it's green, it's profit taking. So you can try and buy the dip on profit taking. But if it doesn't work, it's still red on the day. It's also not going up today. So if today it's not going up and you're trying to buy it, it's going to be much trickier than if today it's going up and we're trying to buy it. It's going up. So it just makes it much easier on us because you don't have to guess. You don't have to guess, like, is SPY going to recover or not? It's like, it might not. We can figure that out by disseminating with those 60 signals. And, you know, like if we go rev strat 60, yeah, it's trying to recover. And that's going to happen in 40 seconds. So above 741.95 on SPY, that's an actionable signal that would cause full time firm continuity up. So if they're going to recover, it would look like a rev strat 60 actionable signal that takes 3 hours to set up. And we know that's a signal because we have a hammer, we have an inside bar, and it's called a 2-bar rev strat. So we're going to mine the flip. If we go on here, we're going to see Microsoft follow through. We want to see indexes do that. But mine the flip, Microsoft. They've been buying. Buy, right here on the flip. You want to see that stay up there. So you can trail your stops up to the 5-minute right here. If you're intraday 0DTE guy, or if you already have a big winner and you're like, I want to see if this really goes. I want to see if we can go to, 435 today. Then you can risk more. But just be aware, if you're 0DTE, those gains evaporate very fast. And if you bought it way early in the morning, you don't really have to worry about too much at this point. For now, SPY, Qs goes inside, Dow goes inside, IWM goes inside. It's like, how are we going to become a 2 now? Those are no longer trends. They are consolidations. And like we said before, if we're going to see the market actually recover, we have to see what? We have to see the whole market actually recover. At this point, we have no reversals up. So although there was some seller exhaustion and it did firm up the indexes, we have no reversals up. There's no aggressive buyers that are willing to take the offer. So we go back to consolidation on SPY and Qs down IWM. Now what? What is the next 2? Do we see VIX go inside down and, indexes go 60s up? That would be good. Or do we see everything go inside and chop everyone to bits? That would not be very good. Let's find out. I'm up 300%. Nice. You can see Microsoft at this point, they're still just sitting on the bid here, inside bar. The only thing that can be tricky, or the thing that can be tricky about these down days, when the whole market gaps and you see a lot of selling on the gap down, is these things can recover really fast and hard. But the only way they do that is if every single one goes reversal at the same time, or else it's just not happening. So right now, everything goes inside at the same time, so they firm up, which means, like we said before, earlier in the day when everything was inside 60, you can pick out strength and weakness. That's what you can do right now. But what you can't do is you can't say the market's recovering or continuing down. It's doing neither. So we can start to pick that out. Now, as far as the analysis goes on into this flip, let's see if my scanner's going correct. You can see AR and the energies, they're continuing. Dino, looks like they're going inside. Microsoft, so you can see they do go 5ers down, so they stop out. If you're a tight stop guy, that's okay, because it's right on the flip. Now, if you're a 60 guy, it's still nowhere near reversing, so you don't have to be the first one out if you're a 60 guy and you got it from earlier in the morning, like down here at 419. Still staying okay. And it's really up to you. Once you create a winning trade, you can do whatever you want with it besides let it lose. We go to SPY right now. It is 312 up 30s. It's just not in force. It's got to be above that if they're going to try and change this stuff for the bias. So you can see we have all these targets nearby above, but we need a buyer to take the offer. Be like, I need 1 million shares. So far, materials, home builders, still pretty weak. Staples go 30s back down. So 22230 staples down. They're still selling staples. So they're still selling Walmart on the gap up. They're still buying CRM in the technologies for the 4th hour of the day. FTNT, it looks like they went after those. Crowd as well. So it's some of those names that we identified this morning on the second 30s. Still no more buying in HIMS. They went up into their daily target, and that was about it. NVIDIA is closer to a rev strat to the downside on the 60s with the kicking pattern day, which would be destruction if that kicked in. Still has some distance to do it, though. You can see so far on SPY, they went up a little on the 30s, and this is the consolidation, right? You can just see that they're testing both sides. So they went up a little bit, and then they come back in. So they tried, but they're still consolidating. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bars still inside of this bar here. Now, the longer this consolidates, you know, the bigger the move will be is kind of the gist, right? But we're still right in the middle of all this. Doji, 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 inside doji. But it is trying to go 3 again. So maybe you could get a 3-1-3, maybe. It's hard to say. Microsoft reversal on the 5-er and then goes inside bar consolidation. So 2 down 1. If they go 2 down 5-er again, then they would reconfirm. If they can go 2-1-2 back up, it would confirm the full time frame continuity again. While the market goes sideways. So it's just natural buyers still that you're messing with there. UNG, United States Natural Gas, yeah, at the highs. US oil, yep. So energy sector inside 60s still at the highs. And maybe you can get OIH to go RevStrat 60 in force. Microsoft, right there. The seller came back to sell more. So you can see right on the flip, whoever is buying the first 3 hours, gone. Now, is this aggressive selling? Yeah, right on the flip. How much evidence do we have, though? The day is bright green. The week is bright green. The month is green. So it's profit taking. Doesn't mean that it can't go down, right? It's still profit taking. And since broadening formations exist, we have to know they exist. Where's the broadening formation in here? Well, it went up, then down, then up, and now it's coming back in. So what's happening? It could go triangle out like this. That's possible. And it's profit taking, yes. Both can be true, right? You can have profit taking that stops people out, and that happens every single time there's profit taking. You always are stopping people out. So just be aware. We told you exactly how to manage that if you're a 0DTE guy. We still don't see indexes going down, so it could be easily recovered if indexes, start kicking in. We just don't see it yet. Rig. Yeah, so you're triggering a weekly signal on a Friday with 3 hours to go. So you just got to be aware of that. But yeah, it is triggering it on a Friday with 3 hours to go. That's true. Industrials are 30s up, so they firm up a little bit there. Still nothing else. Just a lot of hoopla. Nothing. We go in here. Telecommunications, looks like they're still selling that. Utilities made another low a day. The seller exhaustion still pretty real. Communications, healthcares, financials, materials, regional banks. Still not seeing much selling there. XOP, if you remember, inside 60 up while the whole market was not doing that. That buyer is still present, XOP. And then energies have that inside 60 if they're going to follow through. OIH has the 3260. So you still have some energy buyer in here with the US oil being strong. And man, doji SPY. So there's still mother bar 60 with Qs. How are we going to get out of this, man? Microsoft, the third fiver, reconfirms again. That seller has came back 3 fivers in a row to confirm. Stopping some people out. Index is still chopping to pieces. Coin was awesome today. It could get awesomer. Look at that. Right off the reclaim. That was from yesterday in the premium section. We mentioned that in the chat. And then you have all these lows to try and go broadening formation. Down, up, down. Like this. You got inside 30 in coin. If you wanted to try and go momentum style, it would cause full time frame continuity. So it's interesting. Wow, Apple's inside day up. Crazy. Microsoft still stopping people out. And you can see right on that fiver, that was when you had the evidence those sellers were present. Knowing the 60 flip shows you algorithmic trading changing. At this point, SPY, Qs, they are 60s up or 30s up with Dow Jones. So on a 30 basis, they firm up. IWM is not concerned with that. They're still going down in the small caps. So we have some stuff going and firming up. We just don't have any reversals in force besides those little 30s. So you see like staples, they're going to buy staples. That's normally not bullish. They're buying energies still, which is not bullish for indexes normally, at least in this regime that we've kind of had. And they're buying Dow Jones, so they're not buying tech. They're buying some utilities as well off the lows with profit taking. And then closer to 60s up materials. So that maybe those rare earths. USAR still, you can see from reclaiming those morning highs, they're still dropping to the lows. Bringing them in. IoT, let's see. That is a pretty interesting one. What does IoT do? Samsara? No idea. It does look like a beautiful pivot machine gun. Now, you do have earnings coming soon, so just be aware of that. Right at the beginning of next month. Geez, Microsoft, it's almost like the algorithms are told to sell right at high a day. Crazy. Crazy, I tell you. Financials. Almost a hammer 60 up. So financials, materials, a little bit of industrial action firming up. Dow Jones is leading, which is normally, not the most fun market to have industrials lead, but closer to 60s up Dow. Microsoft, after selling them off a little bit, stopping some guys out. Inside Fiverr, if they're going to try and firm things up. Maybe at this point on the 15, you'll see they go inside 15 red. So it shows you buyers and sellers agreed on price here. It also shows you this was retracement on the 15. It wasn't reversal. However, it could turn into reversal below that, 423.81. So maybe you get like a rev strat if they're going to make the higher lows and higher highs in here. Something like this. Triangle they out and then set up again. Hughes and SPY have the 30s breaking for about 14 more minutes. So they're trying to buy some of that stuff. Tech is inside 30s up, so they're still buying some tech. Semis is inside 30s up as well. So at best, what I can say is you have simultaneous 30s on tech and semis. And you have simultaneous 30s with Dow Jones and SPY as well. Is that going to be enough to change everything, though? Not sure. Because the 30s have to cause 60s, or else you're just still consolidating. So maybe those 30s work out. You have a simultaneous break. It's just really slow. You see Microsoft right on the inside Fiverr. They firmed up and started stopping some of those guys out. NXT, hammer day up. 312 up month. 2 up week. It's pretty interesting. A little late to it. I would have rather had it on 60 signal to cause that. We got 3 hours left in the day. That also means we're likely to get what we call back-ender. And back-ender is a simple way of understanding that if the morning consolidates, eventually consolidations have to break. And that means in the latter half of the day, since SPY, you can see on the 30-minute, it went inside, still inside, still inside, still inside. And right now it's breaking for another 12 minutes, but then if it closes here, it's still inside. For 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 30-minute bars. This is consolidation. So either side of the mother bar's range must be taken out. The highs here or the lows here to actually make it move. And that's why in the morning we were saying, there was 15s and 30s trying to go down, but they were nowhere near taking the morning lows out, which is why that was trouble. Now, if we have a 60 break up here from the 30 simultaneous break, then less trouble because you have targets to actually cause this to break high of day. Where if we go back and we look at the universal truths, 1, 2, 2. And technically you have 2 targets, so I can change that for you to show you. Oh no. What the heck? I've never seen that before. But you have signal, the first pivot, and then target for the rev strat. So we're looking at the 60. you have the first pivot and then target, which would take out high of day and actually break out of the equilibrium to the point where either it's going to pop up and then go boom right back through, or it's going to go 60s up and break through all that. So we will see. That's what they're trying to do. It's just still stuck 20 minutes into the 60s. So it's got to change. Still very stuck. Looks like a firm is going to the highs. It's interesting from yesterday's, with Upstart setting up for next week in the companies that target Americans with debt. You want to call it that. Would you like a loan for a hamburger? Lars Hammer 60. Same. Klarna, yeah. So you got this nice broadening formation. You could see exactly what Klarna did, just like what SPY's doing right now and what we're waiting for. It goes mother bar, mother bar, mother bar, and then 312, the actionable signal here, breaks it. And it looks like I need to fix this one. What? But you can see 312 signal all the way up, and then all the way back down to the other side of that. And then it reclaims. So they're trying. If you look at Microsoft right here, when that went inside green, Fiverr firms them up. Then it goes inside Fiverr after reversing the 5 minutes. So you see right on the new 15 minute, they went from buying, then right here at high day, selling, and right here, buying. And they did not take the lows out, but they firm up. They're still double inside. So Microsoft, retracement in here, not reversal at this point. So is buying, profit taking, and then the buyer's still present. A firm might be a really good one next week with that 222 week. You know, today it might get going. It is. You know, it's been 2-1, 2 up, 2 up. So they are buying a firm today. But next week, like you'll have inside day Upstart potentially to go 2-2 week with a firm. Then KLAR, I guess we'll take a look. Klarna. You have an outside week, so it shows aggression, and then you have outside day, which shows aggression. So right here, they're starting to kick in there, trying to go back to the all-time highs on the monthly basis. This inside month up, back through this huge range here. So that's pretty interesting in KLAR too. It's a very good mention. Thank you. Crazy trades. Helps out when you help out. So Upstart, KLAR, and Affirm could be some good ones for next week. Indexes are still all inside 60. Small caps are a little weaker. The only thing we see firming up off the lows is Staples from our mention of that seller exhaustion. So they did recover that, but Staples is not, it's not a bullish posturing. It's a defensive posturing, which means like they came in, they tried to buy some tech. They all got blown out by the rev strat. And then, you know, they were trying to buy or trying to short some of this stuff, and that didn't work either. You know, we got a little bit on that. And then now they're buying Staples, and they're like, maybe this will work. So it's like they're trying to do stuff and buy things. It's just not working out. If we go to biotechs take a low day again. So biotechs, healthcares, they're still twos down. Utilities still twos down. IYZ Telecom, they're still confirming the downside as well. So you can see they're still chopping them up a bit, and we still have seemingly just downside leadership. There's some strong names, but we're not seeing the buyers show up to try and, fill the bid. Fill at the offer, I mean. Microsoft. So now they go 225ers down. There's still, equal lows on the 15. Still inside 30, still inside 60. So if that doesn't go anywhere, then it's starting to get a little bit choppy in here. You can see SPY. They tried, and then they reclaimed the inside bar as a rev strat. 3-1 potential 3, which would take out the low of day. So SPY is now countering, with Qs countering, with Dow Jones trying to counter if that flips red right there. Below 496.14 Dow Jones, you have everything trying to rev strat. Dow Jones. And that still has a target down in here on the day. You still have a magnitude to 493. So if that works, 313 or 3122 30s. We have a new 30 in 5 minutes, so you'll be able to play the 2-2 reversal. If that goes 2-2-30, it confirms the 2 up, 2 down day. And it'd be the same exact pattern. 3-1-2-2 rev strat with a target to 493.13. This would be 3-1-2-2 rev strat with a target to 495.11. So the 30 might confirm the day. And those are both the 2-bar rev strats like this, except you also have 3s. The broadening formation here first. So we'll see on the new flip. We got like 5 minutes to see if they're going to rev strat the 30s and try and break out that way. You got a lot of inside bars. So things like communications will likely be inside 30s. Discretionary likely to be inside 30s. I bet there's a good chunk of financials as well. Microsoft went 1 penny lower, or no, 0.000 lower, so equal low, firm back up. So they're still sitting in here inside 30.60 Microsoft. When is the next 2 on the 60s indexes? We want to have some fun. Three minutes, and we open up the new 30s to see if they're going to change anything. Looks like Klarna is coming up off the lows with your payment guys. VG. I mean, it's double inside month. I liked it down here, right? You can see the hammer month. That was a good while ago. 130%. So it's still got a ways to go on that. But I think we might be a month early. Probably more so next month. It is going up, though. So you got that going for it. Unlike other things. All right, in about a minute here, we're going to open the new 30s. And something we normally look for is, do we have an inside bar to cause something? So you got inside 5 or SPY, which might cause the 30s. Same with the Qs. Same with Dow. Same with IWM. So, man, they're just really chopping them up. If we go to Microsoft, you will have Microsoft as double inside 15er, inside 30, and inside 60. So they're still holding firm there. All right. Mine the new 30s. You still have the chance that you get a rev strat, pivot machine gun style, to actually take these guys out and make the back ender happen. But it would have to be a 30 signal to cause a 62 down. And if not, you are still inside 30, still inside 60, which is just a mess here. You could say you're inside 3-hour pattern as well, if you'd like to call it that. If you're a futures guy and you look at the futures, you'll see double inside 60 NASDAQ just closed out. So consolidation, consolidation, tightening. On the new 30s, that 60 seller on Microsoft that's taking profit comes back to take more profit. Well, on the flip, they break inside fivers up, which is going to keep you inside for now. So, boring. Whole lot of zero zilch nada. All these inside 60s, tech, semis, Qs, communications, discretionary, financials, materials, real estates. Boring. XOP is still following through. Energies is still following through. So there's still an energy bid. There's still a staples bid. There's still a hack ETF bid. So we can pick out relative strength. Financials just broke the 60s with only 26 minutes to go. So slight financials short covering as well. So there's still some bids out there. It's just not, it's not across the board, which is what big moves are. So they're just not happening. LB, oof, Doji on the month, Doji on the day. Yeah, it's not doing crap. Nothing. Just like the indexes, it's the same type of deal. Doji, boom, stuck in the middle. How are you going to take out either side of that? You're not. Not anytime soon. You can see Microsoft with the inside 3060. Look at this. This is why you're getting destroyed if you don't know this happens. Up, then down, then up, new open, then down, new open, then up. It's like, what's happening? Every change in continuity after a new high or new low is going the other direction because it's consolidating. So you want to do that on a big time frame and you'll win a lot of money. They're really jamming Upstart off the inside 60s. Now they have hit exhaustion risk, just going 2 up day. Short-term exhaustion risk, I mean. So probably gonna have some short-term profit takers there. But we can pick out some strength. Home builders, staples, they start firming up a little there as well. So you can see Dow, they go 60s up. It's the first one to recover in the morning here. Now, energies, XOP, OIH, they're still firm. Hack ETF, still firm. Staples, 60s up, still firm. Financials, 60s up, still firm. I'm going to see if I have any duplicates here. So you can see energies are still leading, which normally is not the most bullish thing in the world, but gold and silver goes 60s up. So there's a buyer. It's just not in tech and semis like normal. They're in energies, staples, materials, home builders. And it's more than likely a lot of short covering, less buying than gold and silver. Ugh. the cool thing is with XOP, you see that 60 inside bar confirming the daily inside bar up, setting up the 3-1 week for next week. So as we go into the weekend and into next week's open, these 3-1s on XOP can kick in force next week. XLE, hopefully that stays inside week here, and that can go boom through these pivots next week and trigger the month. And if we go to oil, inside week oil as well, so that could get oil moving again. So it should be fun for next week. You got OIH as well, setting up the inside week. Twillo, yeah. Twillo's still jamming here. So if we zoom the heck out of this thing, you'll see it's just like Carvana. 3 on the year, goes up, and then you short it, goes down, and then inside signal right there. And now they're crawling their way back. So they're trying to go back to all-time highs at 457. As long as that year's green, that's what they've been trying to do the past 4 years now. Now if we go to the month, gap up, 3-2 up, so they're really getting after it. And they got momentum hammer week. So if they're really going to buy Twillo above that next week, that would be of interest. And you'll have this momentum hammer day to trigger that next week if it closes anything like it is now. That would be the setup. SPY on the second 30s of the 60s. You can see the 5ers went inside up, so they're crawling their way back here. And they're close to breaking those 60s. Now, notice you only have 18 minutes left. Understanding how long signals have is very important. The fact that this only has 18 minutes left doesn't mean you can't play it. It just means you only have 18 minutes to play it. So less time to add, less time to hold. We'll see. We'd prefer that stay inside bar at this point so we could get a better break. Same with Qs. 1-3-1. So something specifically we look for because it's contraction, then expansion, and then contraction. You can think of it kind of like a battle. It's like doing nothing, and then the buyers take the offer, the sellers hit the bid, and then the buyers take the offer, and then it goes right in the middle. And then doing nothing again. When this breaks, you can think of it like if we got in a fight and we're like, hey, let's meet back here tomorrow. You bring your friends, I'll bring my friends. So when this breaks, 1-3-1-2, if it breaks up, the buyer is like, hey, I just brought all my friends. And it might go flying. Now, if the seller, brings more friends with them than the buyer does, then you get that big puker back ender where you get another 3 as 1-3-1-3. So we're going to mind that. We still have 17 minutes. So, a lot of times when you get this close to breaking towards the end, they will break it. So we want to see that stay inside. That'd be ideal. Dow Jones is leading, so we can note that. And then IWM is also inside, so we can note that as well. We still really don't see that much of the weak stuff coming back. Tech is still pretty firm. Semis is still pretty firm, so that's still true. You can see SPY now. Last couple minutes of the 15er, they go 3-2 up. So broadening down and then broadening reversal as a 3-2. So they're trying to break it. Hopefully they don't. Let's see, Path. No idea what Path does, but you got a nice weekly signal down there cooking up. Right at the bottom of the triangle. And you'll see the 2-2 on Friday sets up the weekly signal. So you at least get the targets up into like $11, and maybe it gets a lot better. You got sideways, chop them up, take them out, reclaim it. See you next week. Automation for robots. Ooh, I like that. I do have a robot list. I just added to my own private thing. I added that yesterday. Microsoft firms up with the RevStrat Fiver, setting up the double inside 30s. SPY, they're still just barely holding on to the equilibrium. I'm just going to close my eyes and hope. We got 15 minutes for this stuff to stay this way. If not, you'll have 15 minutes for that break to work out, and then we'll have to see the next 60, what that open wants to do with it. But it looks pretty good. It's just gotta, I want it to close up there. I don't want to see them break it. Close within here, please. Wait, is path like path? Like path? UI path? Let me see. The RPA tool, and some teams also call it bot platform automation tool. Interesting. Isn't there a different path company? It's like Dynapath. Might be wrong. Company that manufactures CNC computers. Okay. Okay. I think that's what my brain was thinking of. Well, I'll be back in a short while. Hopefully those 60s stay for us. And we'll see what we can get. And I also have my bots, you know, all the automation stuff holding. So maybe we'll dig through some of those before we end off today. I was on mute, not really talking about much, just still waiting. ASTS has a RevStrat 60 cooking up. Inside day still. That makes sense. I did look at it quickly. And in the final hour, SPY breaks a 2. Q's is still holding on to it just barely. So SPY is trying to go to high day now, which would change this huge consolidation we've had for the past 3 hours, but you only have 8 minutes to do it. While this happens, path is already going up. So if you want to try and go after path, technically there's no reason it should stop going up if the whole market starts kicking in. Now, VIX inside down. So that seller took them out almost. Shooter, and that goes in force. So we'll see. Hack ETF. 312 up. They're still buying it. It's illiquid, but they're still buying that. You can see NVIDIA. They held on to the 60. And then we'll have some inside bars. Discretionary communications, hammer in the healthcares. Utilities, they're still selling off. Real estates go double inside. They're still buying gold and silver. So we have a lot more firmed up at this point with the SPY reversing up and Dow Jones leading the SPY first, then IWM reversing up. So now we have 3 of the 4 indexes going up, and then Q's is going to be next, tech and semis. So this is what we've been waiting for all day. Do they start buying the whole market at the same time? If so, anything stronger like path should just start rocking it off. Now we just have to mind the flip. We have 6 minutes now. 6 minutes, and then we find out if this buying is like true and they keep following through or not. So just 6 minutes, and we'll confirm or negate what's going on here. That being said, Microsoft still firm. So if you're playing with me from down in here at 421, those options are still up about 80%. They were up 200%, and then by going sideways, Theta gets a hold of it. So that did happen. But the ones from earlier in the day are also still up a couple 100% at this point. So at this point, if we go back and take a look at what just changed, every index became a 2 to the upside. Tech, hack ETF. Energies are weakening a bit, which is good. QCOM, RevStrat 60 up in the chips. NVIDIA is still good. Microsoft is still good, setting up the 60s. Gold and silver good. VIX, they're selling off. Financials still firm. So this is the gigabid coming in that we're looking for. Hopefully you can see Microsoft explode. I want to see it go up like 10 points. You see we still got 5 minutes to take out the morning high SPY. Upstart, looks like they're still jamming the highs. Klarna is still coming back through. Look at that. Boom. High day SPY. And you can see just how long things can take to actually set up. 3 hours to create the rev strat. And they break and hit target in 5 minutes. It's crazy. Just how long stuff can take sometimes. But there it is. So now, like we said, once we take those highs out, we don't know, right? If the buyer's willing to pay up and the shorts have to cover, it should start flying. If not, and the buyer doesn't want to pay up, this is exactly where you would see it start to come back in. Now, we still have 4 minutes on the 60s, so we want to see 4 minutes close out. And then on the next flip, if they can go 2 up and stay 2 up in green, we're good to go. And one thing we commonly look for is to close outside of a previous range. That's one way we can stay out of things that are messy, is like let it close out first. But as this 60 gets greener, what we're going to see is that buyer is willing to pay up and it stays up there. That's what we're looking for in price. So if we were to close right here, that looks really good to keep following through as a breakout, but it has to be on the next bar green. So in 3 minutes now, we're going to confirm or negate this buying that caused high day and SPY and Qs. Dow Jones led it, still has not made high day. And IWM was the last one to break, but it's simultaneous 2-2 reversal, all indexes. And the way simultaneous breaks work is when everything looks the same, you can think of it as every chart looks like this, right? And then every chart reverses at the same time like this. So until it reverses, we want to hold on to that and just walk our stops up like this. So if you're playing the 60s, ideally what we would do is, let's say SPY were to close something like this. The stop is here. We don't want to get out unless it reverses. So you do want to give them the benefit of the doubt when the whole market reverses, because kind of like, 6 weeks ago when the whole market reversed, they tend to keep going. So like when SPY reversed here, it tends to just do that and really go. So if we're going to see the whole market reverse, we want to see them reverse and just hopefully keep going. And this is the beginning of that. So we want to find out. We got 3 minutes. I'm dying here. It's because of those equilibriums. Like SPY and Qs and Dow and IWM, the seller has control today. So this is conflicting that seller, which is why when that broke high a day, it's starting to stop some shorts out, is the sellers were in fact in there. But it's conflicting the seller, unlike things that are not 2 down day. Like Microsoft, much easier to trade. Because it's not equilibrium, it wasn't stuck inside the morning range, and it had to be stronger. But we're going to find out. We got 2 minutes. 2 minutos. And then if we can confirm this and things follow through, then I'm just going to leave. I'm going to go get lunch. And then hopefully by the end of the day, they close out at the highs. That would be the plan. Come on, Microsoft. I want to see these pivots blown out. Oh, there it is. No wonder it's being so frustrating there. Aiming for high day. Well, it already did that, so you shouldn't even be buying anymore. I mean, unless you're going to do continuation entries. But if you're buying high a day, you would go closer to the money unless you have targets, which, like, if you go to NASDAQ futures, for example, right here, see how it's broadening expansion? How we pointed out those 60 inside bars for the future traders? So you got the break and you got the target. So now that it's above that, we look left and we say, this is the next target. And we got some more targets up and left and up and left all the way up here. So you'd probably want to have a call option below that, for example, because if that's our next target, you want to be in the money before it gets hit. That being said, mind the next flip. Do they confirmed? Is the buyer still present? And we looked at SPY and Qs. Yeah, still present in the tech. You got inside 60 semis to go up. They've been buying tech all morning, albeit slow. 260 still good in tech. So semis, Qs, tech, they're all going to confirm. SPY is going to hopefully confirm that as well. And if we keep looking around, Microsoft right here, inside 60 up, reconfirms Microsoft. That's a good thing to know about. And those 0DTs, Microsoft are probably cheap if you go out of the money. We have a lot of evidence in Microsoft, unlike some other things. You can get some YOLOs in there. But you can see Path. Path is already going up in the market reverse. That should keep going up. And it is. It just reconfirmed. So if this is going to stay bullish, we need to stay 2. Because if you go 2 up in red, you're trying to go 3. Right now, SPY is a 1. Qs is a 2 up in green. And you'd want it to stay that way. Now, it might go slight triangle layout and then go. But we just don't want to see them come back. And I want to see Microsoft blow through these guys. 427.98 would be the first pivot to trigger the pivot machine gun up there. Speed things up. And my Microsoft call options that we put in earlier, which are down in here on the 15, they're back to 200% gain, and they're out of the money still. At the 427.98 target, they go in the money. Klarna, that buyer's still present there as well. Affirm, that buyer's still present as well. The only thing here that happened again was VIX went inside and firmed back up. So similar to last time, they went 2 down and then 1 firming up volatility. They go 2 down, 1, and we want to see that become a 2 down if they're going to really, get things moving. We want to see the VIX going down, and we want to see all 4 indexes going up. So for now, it's Qs, slight 2 up semis, slight 2 up in tech, 2 up in the hack. SPY, Dow, IWM are reverting back to inside bar right now, but we'll see if that becomes 2. Discretionary became 2 up. Communications became 2 up. So there's still a good chunk of things that are 1. We want to see those 1s become 2. Tell Microsoft to get. And while this happens, they're still selling off the utility sector for the 5th hour in a row. So sell, they tell you they're there, and then confirm, 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 confirm. Unlike, an index has stayed inside. Come on, Microsoft. We hit, even if we only get halfway to those targets today, I'd be pretty happy about that. So we can see Qs on the 60 signal. They broke it, closed higher, and then kept going. So this is good. You'd ideally want to stop at the entry 712.57 if you're playing off those 60s. And we go to SPY. They have not continued yet, but they break the 60 signal, close up, and then open and keep going. So you'd want to stop ideally around 741.95. Now, the weak entries that keep going will stop you out if you have a tight stop like that. The best ones won't. So if Q's is the best long in here, it's not going to stop you out. It's going to just keep blasting the highs, which is what we want to see. And SPY is close to reconfirming that, which will help out. NVIDIA is about to take the morning highs, which will hopefully help out. Now, financials are not. Financials are going 60s, 2-2 reversal down. So that is not helping out. So it's tech, semis, Qs, hack ETF, SPY. Those are the major ones that we see with Microsoft, NVIDIA, QCOM also thrown in there with Google. So it's some of your Meg 7s, some of your tech and semis. Gold and silver also still good. So it's still only Qs, tech, and semis. SPY, Dow, IBM have yet to try and confirm. Healthcare has confirmed the downside. Utilities confirm the downside. Financials go 2-2 reversal down. Materials are almost inside 60, or no, they're inside 60 down materials. Home builders go 2-2 60s back down. OIH goes 60s, 3-2-2 down. Energies is going 2-2 60s down. But they're buying QCOM, they're buying NVIDIA, they bought some Microsoft, they're buying tech and semis. Still buying hack ETF. So, right? It's still very split. And we still have this conflict that we've been seeing pretty much all day at this point. Real estates also go inside 60 down. So, you got Utes, healthcare's confirming downside as continuation. Home builders signal down. Financial signal down. Real estate signal down. Material signal down. And the chance for regional banks to go signal down. So they're selling all this stuff and buying tech and semis. That's crazy. Still. Silver confirms the RevStrat 60 off low a day, so they're silver and gold are holding up. It's crazy. You can see how they've been buying tech literally all morning, just two, slowly grinding it like this little, what would you want to call it? like a little baby bid, right? Very small. But they've been grinding it up while they're selling literally everything else. Same with semis now. You got the 60 up semis, and they've been just kind of grinding higher lows. And now they finally break out of that after 3 hours with Qs. And it's all leading with tech. It's kind of crazy. And while they do that, Dow Jones, not so much. IWM, not so much. Financials, nope. XOP goes shooter 60s down, reclaiming the morning highs. You meant aiming for 749. QQQ. 749. Huh? I'm not sure how you're aiming. 749 doesn't exist. Oh. I don't think you're going to get that today. So, I mean, what? You'd have to buy a couple weeks out. The thing is like, how are you getting to 749? What evidence do you have prices actually going there? You might get, a 2-2 day, but that wouldn't be till Monday, and it doesn't last over the weekend. You're going to open inside a week next week. So we're not going to have any weekly signals or anything. So it's like, how do you know it's going there? What evidence is there? That being said, though, if you're like, well, I think on Monday we might go 2-2 reversal day, then what you would do is you'd either wait for Monday or you get it near the close or on any 60 signal here. So if you have this 60 signal, you'd say like, okay, well, I'm going to try and get in here for Monday like this. And you'd probably want to use like at least a week out, probably more. I wouldn't use Monday's expiration. And you'd want to probably use, something right in the middle, like 746 calls. If you were going to buy the gap or downer. Q's slight triangle day out on the fiver. Setting up some hammers. Same with Microsoft and the Q's. You can see Microsoft does go 2225ers, confirming full time frame continuity. And that could get us that 427.98 target we pointed out on the second hour of trading on Friday, which is ideal. And then we'll have to see. Microsoft, come on, do it. The grid that I'm showing, I mean, it's literally just nothing special. It's just every single stock, or not stock, but ETF. If you want the grid, I just threw it in Discord chat. I'll throw it in here too. What do you think of Bank of America long term? Honestly, I think banks are they're an old thing. I think the best time to invest in banks was like back when the gold standard was removed. After that, I think banks are done. At least unless all the banks transfer to be, cryptocurrency stuff. My question is, why would you buy Bank of America when you can buy the thing that every bank's going to have to use in 10 years from now if you're going to invest long term? I'd rather buy the thing that they have to use globally, which is crypto. So my suggestion is screw Bank of America, screw all the banks. They're not going to make as much money in the future unless they pivot. Go buy Solana or Ripple. At least that's my opinion, not financial advice. Finally, Microsoft, there it is. There's your target. So we can see, if we go on the week, boom, outside bar. And we knew that outside bar was happening because while the whole market gapped down, Microsoft opened as 3-2 day up, trend up day with full time frame continuity. All the profit taking in here we knew was profit taking because all three time frames here were green. It was just the 60 group, which meant highly likely to just be profit taking, and it was. So now the target's hit, I'm not sure. The second entries I got went 280%. Pretty good returns there. I did do some YOLO out of the money ones, which I'll see if those hit or not. They're like 230 or 430 calls, which are pretty far away at this point. But if the whole market starts, getting, Microsoft could easily go another $5-10. At least that'd be my opinion now. We only have a little bit more magnitude on the week. We go and take a peek. You can see Qs is still like, meh. Now Path, though. Path is jamming the highs. And this is what we mean when we say we want to get strong stuff. The indexes, they're more of a way to see what the market's doing. And yeah, you can trade them. But once you can, stop trading those and trade the strong stuff. Because the strong stuff is always going to hit its targets. It also tends to just keep going, even if indexes were to weaken up. Like Path. When we look at this, we didn't get it at all, first 3 hours of the day. Then, on the 4th hour of the day, we saw the indexes start to reverse. Once you start seeing indexes firm up, this is already going up. So there's buyers in Path that are still present, and the market just reversed. It will speed Path up when that happens. Or at the very least, it'll hold Path there, even if the buyers were to disappear. And that's where you can trade intraday, and you can be in here and you'd be like, oh, I'm just going to trade the fiver. Boom, high day, maybe make 10%. That's still a good trade, right? Might go 20, 30, 40% if it keeps going. But the same thing can happen, down in this stuff. So you don't have to be the index guy when you can be on the stronger stuff. Whoever was already going up when indexes go simultaneous break has to be strong and pretty much has to keep going. Now at this point, the hack ETF, you can see, is still gunning. OIH is still 60s down, so they're selling some of that off. Home builders did make low of day, and then they came back a little. Utilities, a little bit of exhaustion on the seller side. But we really only see them buying select tech and semi names. It's still like stock picking market. So it's still just stock picking, right? It's like they're selling off the healthcare's utilities, and there's some stock picking going on in tech and semis. That's kind of it. And that's what we call, when the market is conflicted. It's like when you look at like SPY, for example, this is what SPY did. So it opened, then it went like this, and then it consolidated in the middle. When that was all happening, and during this day, whenever it's 2 down, if you are buying during this 2 down day, you're buying while the market's going down. It's conflicted. So you're a stock picker. Therefore, the only places that wouldn't be conflicted would be the things that are either 2 up and still going above previous day highs or not. Now, the conflicted stuff, if we have, kind of like we did on SPY, like this. So it goes down, and then let's say we firm up, we go like this. Come Monday morning, if this breaks reversal, now it's no longer conflicted and things go flying. Because it was going down until here, now they're going back up. The buyers get control and the buyers are more aggressive. Versus being a 2 down where the sellers have control of price action as it's a lower high and a lower low, a downtrend. And being green where the buyers are more aggressive, but it's a downtrend. That's conflicted. It's going down, but the buyers are buying. Versus Microsoft, it's going up and the buyers are buying. It's like no conflict there. Path, right? That's a good example of it. It's like it's going up today and the buyers are buying. There's no conflict here. Compare that to QQQ. It's going down today, but the buyers are buying. It's conflicted. It's down, but it's going up. It's conflicted. Now, that's not to say we can't go outside bar, right? That still happens. But is it better to buy Qs from its daily open that's up 0.5%? Or is it better to go to the one that's buyers are in control and they're more aggressive, Microsoft, that's up 3%, 6 times better than QQQ because it's not conflicted. Or, in Path's example, Path from its daily open, 7%, that is 14 times better than QQQ. And if we go to the bots ETF, which is like robots and artificial intelligence, this is up, 0.07%. So Path is like 1,000 times better than that just because it's not conflicted. So we do like gap down buys, but when the whole market gaps down, you want to go get the things that didn't, ideally. And then later in the day, that's when things like you can see Qs and whatnot, they start firming up a little bit more, but is it going to be coming outside day today? Might take a while for that to happen. I don't know if they can do it in 2 hours. You can see the NASDAQ, they're still working on this next target from the inside 60s. Fig is running too. Let's see. Yep, you had the inside 60 after triangle layout, and you can see that kicks in because the market's going up and it's not conflicted. They're buying today and it's also going up today. So that triangle layout gives you that evidence with the daily to work with it. SPY still has yet to confirm, but it's also not negating, so it's still good. Q's still stronger on the 132 Rev Strat. NVIDIA still stronger. Anyone short in the morning, they're getting blown out right now. QCOM, they're still firm, but they are giving back a little bit of gains. Healthcare's to the lows still. Wow. Might get an inside 15 on Upstart. Rallied into high day and it's still sitting up there. Long green bars. So we can see while Q's is strong, SPY's consolidating. Dow Jones, they're actually inside 3060 still, and then IWM is also still consolidating. So we pick out the leaders and the losers, but we can't pick out the full market recovering. And pretty much what this tells you is it shows you the weak, shows you the strong. So when the market does recover, so like let's say Monday next week it recovers, everything you're seeing that's strong today, like Path, NVIDIA, a little bit more Microsoft, those things should just go flying. Because you already know they're buying those when the market's weak. So they're willing to do that. So if they're willing to go buy the whole market again, they'll probably buy more of those because it worked. Whatever they were doing before worked. So today, days like today, if you see Freezy in the chat, he's really been ripping through and like looking at a lot of charts. He's picking out who's strong and who's weak. Now we'll be doing that on the weekend video as well. You can see Microsoft after the outside week, there is some profit taking there. What we really want to see is just slight triangle layout on the oneers like this and just keep going. We don't want to see them like start really pulling off those highs, because if they do, it's probably not, you might not get any more today. Because once targets are hit, targets are hit. It did what it was supposed to do by price and time. Now we're not sure. We're running out of time. In fact, you only got 2 hours left in the day, and they're buying Microsoft all morning. So are they going to want to take some profit from their magnitude? They might. We still have a half hour on the 60 signal, so we at least have that for evidence until the new 60s open up. Upstart, you're going to have momentum hammer 30 Upstart. So if the indexes sales start following through, that's already going up today. Momentum hammer 30 Upstart cooking. You can see IWM is now setting up that 30 for SPY in 10 seconds. And it looks like SPY just broke. So notice how SPY confirms what Q's is doing. So this will speed it up because we already knew Q's is stronger. It has to be going up. So when SPY goes, Q should keep going up. They're right. They started buying Q's early and now they're right. SPY's falling through. The only thing they're not going after is Dow Jones. IWM also is breaking now on the 30s. So it reconfirms SPY and Q's. So we want to see these things break and stay. We're going to keep ripping. You see Upstart goes momentum hammer right there. And what I want you to see is how this happened on SPY and Q's. What specifically we said before. The 60, we wanted it to break and close above our signal. Now, we would have preferred it stayed inside bar, but it didn't. You know, price didn't give us the perfection we wanted. That's okay. But the break occurred here. It went all the way to high of day, breaking the consolidation, and then it closed, showing you they bought, they took the offer, and they were willing to hold it because it didn't come back. And then we said you can have a break-even stop at 741.95. You know, break-even stop on Qs 712.57 right at the entry, because the best ones won't come back, and we want the best ones. We don't want the ones that retest. We want the ones that keep going and follow through. So, SPY and Qs both now are confirming. They bought, took the offer, stayed up there, and now they're buying, taking the offer again, staying up there. That's what we want to see. Now we want it to stay that way. So, we don't want to risk our money. We want to risk their money. We want to move stops towards price. Because if we're really going to recover today at all, we got 2 hours left, and they're trying to buy right now. So we have 2 hours left to see if they want to keep going after that. Now at high a day, what we would say is we're not buying up here. You had to buy on the signal, or you had to buy below the signal on the reclaims to time that. If you're buying up at high day, you're now buying at the top of the broadening range. We don't want to do that. So if you're not doing anything, you have to wait, because we would prefer not to buy up here. You can add, right? And the way ads work is the same thing. We want it to break above this stuff and stay up there. Just like how Q's broke here and they're staying up. But we don't want to enter, ideally. SNDK. Let's see it. Yeah, you had a 60 in there. Circle. Yeah, that was nice. Look at that. 1-1, 2 down hammer. Boom, rev strat gone. Something you look for. Nvidia still pounding the highs. Microsoft still in this little baby broadening formation right up here, trying to decide if they want to keep going after that or not. That's while Qs goes to high a day. Is Tesla going to play catch up? Let's see. I mean, it already did. Outside 60, so it shows aggressive buyers showed up here. The week is still green, but you are conflicted. The day's still red. So, you would say above this broadening formation, yeah, it's breakout above this to go back to the highs, $6, but it has to be above that. So you got the 15-minute signal to try and make that happen for 10 minutes. RLUSD. I have honestly never heard of it. We'll take a look. What is this? I mean, it doesn't even look like people trade it. So SPY slowly falling behind the Qs. IWM falling behind all them. So kind of like all morning, it's just speeding up a little bit about what we already knew. A little bit of buying in tech, selling in everything else. And that still hasn't really changed. Look at NVIDIA, though, blowing out anyone short NVIDIA this morning. Gone. Semis highs, tech highs, Qs highs, SPY highs. See semis off the inside 60. They're up about 3 points. IWM, or not IWM, Microsoft just went bottom of the triangle again on the oneers. Triangle they out. Really liking the Qs. That's looking a lot better. And now we got about 22 minutes left on this 60. Then you'll get the last full hour of the day to trade. And they bought, closed up here. Then they came back to buy more, bought again, closed up here. So we want to see, do you come back to buy more and close up again? Because just like before, you can see they buy, some slight profit taking, they buy, blah, 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 profit taking, buy, gap down. Now they buy. Do they have more? Well, the tech and semis are going up. VIX is still going up. So it's not giga rally, which is what we would hope for, you know, but we're just not getting what we are hoping for right now. Healthcare is still to the lows. Materials still selling. Microsoft broadening oneer. You can see they are losing support if they get below that. So again, we want to see them triangle back in here. We don't want to see them drift too far away from this because magnitude's already hit and there's your reversal. So at this point, we have no evidence of that buyer anymore after hitting target. So we want to see them recover that 15er, giving them just a little bit more time to do that before I want to go and get some lunch and get some other work done. Hopefully pretty soon. If we take a look at your indexes on SPY, for example, this is what your triangle looks like right now, short term. If we look at Qs, it's a little bit different. They're able to expand out of it from back in here. So they're holding above it for now, which makes tech a little better. We go into the Dow, they're consolidating, stuck. So go to IWM, they're also pretty stuck in here. Slowly grinding up, but like something like this. Microsoft, you can see they're not able to hold this support. They just got below it, so now there's some issues there unless they can quickly get back in there. Qs is still staying firm right up at the highs. So it's just whoever was trading Microsoft today. Nvidia is still staying at the highs as well, squeezing the shorts out of here. You can see semis really getting along. Technologies really getting along. They still have an hour 40 minutes, so they might be able to give you an outside day in tech. Not sure about SMH. It's got a lot of distance to make up. I don't think that's happening today. But just like last time, you see this momentum hammer week that rallied 54 points from our weekend vid, or this hammer week in here. We're going to set up another hammer, depending on how this closes out. So for next week, the ideal scenario is this closes slightly red and people stay short, whatever they might have shorted in semis. Then next week, we blow all the shorts out, just like we did last week. That would be fun stuff. Now, when we look at specific semis names, Intel, for example, closer to a reversal down. AMD, a little closer to a reversal down. AMAT has the hammer, so it's materials for the semis and tech. QCOM's closer to reversal down, so we'll have to see next week how they handle all those weekly 2-up and reds. Microsoft is just barely holding on. So you see 1, 3, 1, 2 down, 2 down. If they're going to bring it back in, we need a 2 in the opposite direction. 2 down, 2 up. And we've already hit magnitude, so I'm not sure. I have no idea if it's going to do it or not. See utilities, some seller exhaustion. First time all day. That's really all that I see changing. They're still buying the VIX, which is so weird. And BIS. No, but yet a very nice one. Look at that. 3-1. The hammer right here. Right back through all that stuff during the inside day where you can expect that to happen. Cool. SPY shooter 15 from the top of the broadening formation. So this is where you gotta be aware that broadening formations exist. We still have a good chunk of the market that's not going up. So when we go in here, they were buying the VIX while the Qs and tech and everything takes the highs. They're still selling healthcares. That's kind of like the gist. I mean, outside of that, not much else is a 2 at this point. There's just a lot of insides on the weak stuff. So I don't know if that's going to be able to change everything on SPY. But they're still buying the VIX while the market's going up, which makes me a little nervous that there might not be much else unless we can get some new signals to kick in. I don't know if I've ever seen a CFD gap like this. Is it not showing the... What? Interesting. I thought this was continuous. About... Oh, the contract switch? Ah, that makes more sense. I wasn't paying attention to that. You can see right off the shooter 15 SPY at the top of the range, instantly kicks in because it's causing profit taking to occur. However, again, this is still a lower high on the day with a lower low. So this is still a downtrend. Like if you need to picture it, it's a 2-down day where it went down, lower high, and that's happening right at the top of the broadening formation, which is why it might kick back through it, forcing profit taking. Qs goes 2215, which changes what we know. So if you're a 60 guy, right there, changes what you know to be true. Microsoft follows through. So after our target, that was it. That's all she wrote today. At least for the time being. You can see SPY, target, 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 taken out off your shooter signal. Tesla comes back through the 3, so that one did not recover with it. There goes Qs. And now it's a matter of, is that going back to low a day or not? So you have about, what, hour, 20 minutes? We'll have to see. Wipeout. And like we were saying before, while the VIX goes, if the VIX goes up while they're trying to buy tech and semis, that should make you nervous because they're getting fearful while the market's rallying. It's like, why are you scared? It's like, are you about to sell? Is that why? And there it is. That's your sell. So Dow and IWM are also coming back in, and they didn't even go up with SPY and Qs in the first place. You can see NVIDIA comes 2215, and all of that just changed right on the 15. And if we go back to NASDAQ 100, you can see that 60 target we pointed out here is exactly where that signal came from because it made that slight higher high and then reversed. Now it's retesting the triangle from the futures. But if we're still in that downtrend on the day on SPY and Qs, we still have all day where it's a downtrend. So like we were saying before, it's conflicted. You're buying a downtrend. So when it reverses here, it's that lower high in the downtrend. So if they were to come back below this, resistance turn support, then it turns into a much bigger issue. If not, they might be able to recover it. So it's still hard to say just because you're more conflicted, but across the board, we saw them hit all of those and buy some more VIX. So still just a trickier session with not much directional trend outside of the things that they're selling and some of those hack names. So in about 10 minutes, you'll get the new 60 flip to find out, right? So if we go to the 60s, it hasn't reversed yet. So it's still uptrend on the 60s, downtrend on the day, conflicted. If this were to go 2260, we can see exactly where the broadening formation is on QQQ. It's right here, 3. So if that goes shooter 60, it's going to bang and take that out, and then it might take the lows out, if people don't want to hold into the weekend. If it doesn't do that, then the day is still green, and you might get another 2 on the 60. So 8 minutes, and you can find out there. We go to SPY. You're not going to see the 3 here, but there is a 3. It's this. These 2 bars are an outside bar of this bar. And then if this went 2260, it would go pivot machine gun all of these guys. So about 8 minutes, we'll find out. Do they confirm or do they negate? I'm so scared. Oh my goodness. Yeah, right. You see, for now, they wipe them out from the top and they act as support on the NASDAQ triangle. So that helps the tech a little bit. Thanks for your time. Yeah, today was a little bit tricky. It's just a lot of conflicted stuff. But I'm happy to chat about it as we work our way through it. The real question is when, and maybe that's where we're going to end it with so I can go get some lunch. But we'll see, right? They act as support for NASDAQ. That'll help the tech if they're going to try and firm them up. You get like a 225er to try and negate the 15ers, which would be a hammer 15 to counter the shooter signal we saw in like NVIDIA. Or you can see like a hammer 15 in SPY where it goes, wah, right? Nice winner. If you're a 0DTE guy, that's like 50%, like 5 minutes. And that goes, right? After taking out the nearby targets. So if this goes hammer, then you get a signal the other way back in the direction of the daily guys. And that would be after retesting support in the NASDAQ futures. So we can find out maybe some 15ers into the end of the day across the tech. But when we're looking at when news comes out, like if you have a news like a Fed day, or if you have news like today where the whole market does the same thing, what you have to know is things confirm or negate, similar to when we're looking at those 60s on NASDAQ, where in the morning, inside 60 and then it goes, outside 60. And then it closes up there, and we prefer it confirm, right? Now, when the whole market gaps down and it goes like this, what you'll have is some names are going to break those highs, and that shows you where they're buying the dip because control changes when the twos go to the upside on the day. Other names, they'll open weaker Monday, and they'll keep selling. So everyone always freaks out like, oh, big news, like I have to trade today. And it's true, you will get moves during the day, kind of like in the morning. It was like really volatile, drops super hard, goes like 100% on the 0DTEs, and then it comes back really hard, and then it gets stuck in the middle, and they start consolidating and buying some strength, selling some weakness. But the day after the news, or the 60-minute after the news, will either confirm what's happening or negate. So when we go and look at across the board, we're going to do it on the daily this time instead of intraday to show you. We can see on the news, like, what did they do? What were they selling off? What were they buying? So we can see they're buying energies on this news. OIH, not so much, but they're buying XOP, and we already know for next week. We got some inside weeks there for us. We see they bought Microsoft, a ton of it. They sold a ton of biotechs. They sold a ton of healthcares. They sold a ton of regional banks. They sold a ton of real estates. They sold a ton of materials and gold and silver. Now, they just did that on day one. So, like, what if they came in, they're like, get me out of this stuff. I got to sell it all. And they sold everything, and then they're done. Well, it might firm up come next week. So we can say, like, who's closer to negating, who's closer to confirming? Well, next week would be much closer to a reversal and Q's back up, similar to what SPY did here on Wednesday. Went down and then closed closer to a reversal, and then it reversed. So come next week, SPY and Qs are closer to going back up, which would include your tech, includes your semis. Energies would be closer to going back up. And then materials, some of the miners, healthcares, home builders, those would all be closer to going down. Another thing that will happen is you'll also get a lot of inside bars, because you'll notice almost everything's a 2. And when everything's a 2, the signals are gone. They just blew out all the signals. So you're going to form signals like this hammer on SPY forms, this hammer on the Qs forms. And we'd also look for things kind of similar to transports, where you have a big move and then it goes inside to figure out what the next move is going to be. So when you have these long red bars and materials, it might go inside bar Monday, and then we'll find out, does it negate as a 2-1-2 up, or does it confirm as a 2-1-2 down? So it's always about confirming and negating. And that's why you will see things like this, where you have a signal and it goes boom, and everyone's like, wow, this looks great. And then it goes boom and takes everyone out. Because this was one bar. They bought, and then it closed. It's like they might have finished it off right there. So they come in, it's like, then they take profit. Boom, everyone gets taken out. Or you get what we're looking for. It's like signal, they buy, then they come to buy more, and then they come to buy more, and then it goes crazy, right? That's what we want. So this first bar is not where you're going to make all your money every time. If it's going to confirm, that's the one that really keeps going. So in about a minute here, we can see, we look at NASDAQ, they went inside Fiverr and then confirmed the downside. So they sold, went inside to find the next direction, and then down, they confirm. So we look at the 15, what happens if NASDAQ goes down and then they come back and sell more? It's like, well, it's going all the way down here, 400 points. That would be a problem. And you can see that might happen just because they already started selling at the top of the broadening range. So, you know, SPY, you can see the 15er, we go back to the 5, inside down, they confirm. So as we get to the next 15 and the next 60 open, what do we know? SPY has an outside 30. That shows seller aggression. They're willing to buy it up and sell it down. So both the buyers and sellers are aggressive, but the sellers are more aggressive. Q's outside bar. So it shows both buyer and seller aggression. So they're willing to buy it up and sell it down. Meta is closer to 30s down with NVIDIA. And if that reclaims the morning range, then these guys start to get in a little bit of trouble here too. We go to Microsoft. They hit the target, and then boom, they start selling it off. So now what if we go to the 60s? What do we see there? Well, NVIDIA has a shooter 60. Microsoft would be a RevStrat 60 from its target, which would be where profit taking would occur from. So potentially SPY and Qs go 60s down. They'd be closer to doing that. If we go to Dow Jones, it was already going down, and IWM is, slight 2 up in red. So you have the chance that Qs, SPY, and a lot of tech names go 60s down back in the direction of those dailies for about an hour. And we'll have to see. It's still, they're still going every which way, but there's Qs, there's SPY, and the range is getting a little bit bigger here on the broadening formation front. So you can see that drops it back into the range. So now that's a pretty, what would you call it? Fragile spot for Qs and SPY. If they stay down there, that turns into issues for the morning buyers. And you can see exactly, just look at this. Doji, 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 goes a little bit up, comes back in, trying to go bigger down. So that is what we see going into the last hour and a half of the day. SPY and Q's simultaneous 60s down. NVIDIA is close to doing it. Microsoft goes shooter, counter, hammer, rev strat. And if we go to across the board view, the dollar is still just tearing into the highs, which normally isn't good for the market either, since it makes the dollar more powerful. But you see SPY, Q's, Dow, IWM, simultaneous 2s down across the board. Tech, semis, reversal. They're the only things going up. Besides energies. Energies are still firm. But you'll see communications, RevStrat down. Discretionary is trying to go 60s down. And then a lot of inside bars, materials, financials. So it's mostly your tech and semis that they're actually getting some action in. The yields are ripping too. Yeah, that doesn't help. So simultaneous breakdown, tech, semi, SPY. IBM, Dow Jones, all the indexes down, and the VIX buyer is back again. So it's all confirming the same direction. So if we go back to that 15er, shooter 15 SPY, boom, they sold. The next one, they come back to sell more, boom, back through the broadening formation they're going. Isn't that crazy? Go to NASDAQ, right from reclaiming that morning broadening formation here, puts everyone in jeopardy. So we're going to have to find out. These sellers willing to do it. Hope the golf swing is in prime shape. Yeah, to be fair, or to be honest there, I've not been practicing as much, but I'm getting back to work with my coach again. He just had some family stuff to deal with. So next Tuesday, we're back at it. It's been I want to say it's been like at least a month. Taking a little break, which is pretty good. Let the wrists rest a little bit. Let my back rest a little bit. Let's go have some fun. Let's take a look at TNX. So TNX, we called this a couple of years ago, back in 2022. But we said TNX, it looks like it's going way back to all-time highs at 16, which I don't even want to know what's going to happen when that happens. But that is still happening. So we go to the big time frames, the quarter, the month. You can see their inside month signal up, which is causing them to rally. They're quarterly 2 up. While that happens, looks like TLT, they're bringing that in, and they're consolidating a good bit. I really wanted to see TLT rip last quarter, but they were not strong enough to do it. And you can see they have these 9 months inside of this. Now they're finally going to take out the lows of it. So if I had to make a guess, based on the broadening formation, we'd want to see them go boom, boom, and invert. But if TNX is actually going to start tearing back through this stuff, then that won't happen. So we'll have to see. We have that new Fed chair coming, and he might want to change what's going on there. Interesting. So what it seems like when I'm reading this, so we have that new Fed chair, and that new Fed chair, he's a big crypto investor guy, which is crazy, Warsh. And what he wants to do, or what everyone thinks he's going to want to do, is cut rates because Trump wants that. He wants to provide cheap money. But when you're looking at the 10-year note, they can't directly lower that because it's set by, investors and demand for it, which is interesting. So a new Fed chair can help push the 10-year down if they signal easier policies such as lower rates and whatnot. And then they cut those short-term rates or support balance sheet policies that keep longer yields contained. But the 10-year treasury is still set mostly by market expectations for inflation, growth, and future policy, not the chair alone. So what it seems like is with whatever happened in China, it's triggering some fears about longer term inflation and potentially poor growth, even though we have this big AI trade, right? Which has been huge growth, but it hasn't directly impacted GDP at all. At least not from my understanding, from what I can recall. Now, the 10-year also reflects the bond market views on inflation's deficits and growth. If the market thinks easier policy will be inflationary, the long yields can actually rise even while the Fed's trying to lower them. So if the Fed lowers short-term rates, it lowers short-term rates, but the TNX is one of the longer-term yields. It's 10 years long. If we go to the 20-year, I don't know if it's going to let me pull this up. Let's see, bonds. I always forget. It's US 20Y. So if you go to the 20-year, look at this. You can see what happened. Hammer, boom, yields go flying on the 20-year bonds. And if we go to the year and the quarter, what's happening here? So we've been in consolidation for 2 years now in the 20-year. Now that's about to break out from the hammer day after China stuff with the 3-1-2 month. And you can see, just look at this. Sideways, 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 3-1-2. Boom, then it starts flying. Because the 3-1, or the 1 in general, they cause it to move. So practical answer, for TNX specifically, 10-year, they might be able to move it lower for a while if the market reads the change as dovish and disinflationary. But if investors see the move of lowering the short-term rates as politically driven or fear of higher or they fear in higher inflation, the 10-year yield may stay elevated or even go up. So even if he opens up the Fed chair and next month in January he cuts rates, or maybe he does it a couple months from January, who knows? Even if he cuts rates, the TNX can still go up because investors fear inflation, which is really interesting. So you got some pretty nice puke in here. You see they firm up just a little bit in the Qs and the SPY. And if you mark out your targets, you can always see like a target, 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 target. So they took out 1, 2, 3, 4 targets down in here and then reclaim this one, reclaim this one. Now it hasn't reversed though. So inside Fiverr, what's that going to do? Is that going to be a rev strat? Is that going to be successful at trying to reverse things? We'd prefer to see another low day. That'd be the broadening formation expectation. While they do that, energies went back to the highs. CoreWeave is still pretty firm in the chip/data center play space. Affirm stays pretty firm for next week. Upstart stays pretty firm for next week as well. Klarna stays pretty firm, so we didn't really see them reverse those. They keep their trends intact. And Microsoft, so they went shooter, counter, hammer, but then they reclaim it. So maybe you can get that into the end of the day as one of the ones that have natural buyers actually in there today. NVIDIA, they're still having issues there. So you can see while the market firms up just a little bit, NVIDIA does not. Reclaiming those morning highs. Still has that kicking pattern on the day. We really want to see that tech make the new lows off the 60s. We still have 47 minutes. That being said, though, we've been here for a long time today, so I'm gonna hop off. But you still have 47 minutes to find out if those 60s are below 7, 12, 48 on Qs. Still technically bearish. Still has a magnitude. They're below that on SPY, 741.51. It's coming off the top of the range. So we'd want to see them give you that broadening formation completion. You got until the end of the day, an hour and 20 minutes, give or take. So that is what you'll see as we get into the end of the day. And then, like we said, come Monday, we'll find out who's confirming and negating and where are they buying with expectation of, seems like higher yields, which normally is not a good thing. Adios, everyone. I hope you have a good rest of your weekend. We'll have the weekend video coming out Sunday night. So, peace.